go back. So here
We have no plan.
Hal, this is no time to be petty.
so we call the
Naval.
pirates to help us.
Okay, I'll do it. Alex, we need you to order your forces to charge. This is precisely why I wanted to form a treaty, for battle at sea. I need you to occupy the forces. Distract them while we slip by.
Slip by? They'll notice you right away. Baltian ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. 1 or 2 good shots and you'll be underwater in minutes.
That's what I'm counting on.
Huh?
Crazy.
We're going to let them sink this ship.
Are you crazy?
I have a plan, Alex. Everybody, listen up. We'll time it so we're close by when they hit us. As we sink, we can hop over to their ship and hijack it.
What?
Using their own projectile weapons, we'll start sinking them one by one. Their attention will be divided. They'll be getting attacked from multiple sides. We can use that to our advantage. They won't be able to retaliate through the chaos.
Right, of course. Should I send the order right now?
Yeah, we need to do this immediately. There's no room for error. This is the end.
Yes, sir.
Alex runs off and climbs the netting of the ship. I look over at the other ships and pirates start doing the same. It's almost like they have an entire language to communicate over long distances. That was an impressive sight to see. However, seeing Damek think on his feet was equally impressive. With a sigh and a smile, confidence overtakes the panic from moments before.
Damek, we must say, that was pretty impressive. Hopefully now you realize that visions only hold you back.
Huh?
Look at what happened back in the Rebel HQ. You relied on a vision. You tried to fulfill some prophecy. In a way, that is limiting. You plan your strategy around certainties. But there are no certainties in war. Assume that the enemy is accounted for your every action. In this case, we should also plan for a scenario where the enemy prevails.
Damek shakes his head.
They won't. Simply because we can't afford it. Any losses at this point would mean the end of our cause. Trust in the pirates, Hal. Trust in all of us. We can do this.
All simply nods. Moments later, the pirates launch their assault. We all lose our balance, our ship takes a sharp turn, moving in a new direction. This was a risky plan, but like Damek requests, I choose to place my trust in him. I trust. If trust won't carry us to victory, then it will be our strength and resolve. I'll hold on the side of the ship as our speed increases. Everybody braces themselves. We're not sure what's going on, so Damek draws his sword and rises it into the air.
Everybody listen up. The final hour is upon us. Our pirate army will be charging against the enemy fleet. While they're distracted, we'll slip in and hijack one of their ships. That means we'll be sacrificing this vessel, so don't be alarmed if they deal us a fatal blow. As we're sinking, we'll jump over and board the enemy.
Have a good dinner, it's Robin.
Their ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. Using their own ship, we will turn their weapons against them. They won't know where to focus, and we'll use the chaos to our advantage.
He starts to talk a bit louder as our ship picks up speed. We move away from the main fleet, preparing to approach from the flank. I notice the soldiers nod, accepting Damek's order and plan without hesitation.
If things go south, I need all of you to protect the Monarch. Without him, we will lose not only this battle, but the war as well. His life and the blade that he carries should be our top priority. Do I make myself clear?
Everybody cheers in approval and raises their sword like Damek. Then we all stand and watch the bulk of our fleet as the battle begins. We slowly move away from the action, and I can tell that some are relieved. As soon as the pirates get close enough, the honor guards retaliates. They launch heavy projectiles from catapults and shoot harpoons from wooden structures. The pirates, with their sailing expertise, are mostly able to counter by altering their trajectory. However, not all of them can do so. I witness several ships get torn apart and start to sink. My heart sinks with them, knowing that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for me. It seems that the battle is on full force. They get closer and start to board each other. I hear swords clashing as the honor guard tries to defend against the pirates' charge. Ships on both sides start to sink, and soon enough, it's almost impossible to see what's happening. From this distance, it's too chaotic, but if enemy ships are sinking, we must have seized from weapons. That means the tables have started to turn, but it's up to us to play our part as well. I turn back and look at where we're headed. We're dangerously close to some enemy ships. Damex calls out to everybody, shifting their attention away from the distant battle.
This is it. There's no turning back. Everybody, brace yourselves to charge!
I can see the honor guard prepare their weapons. When I scan my surroundings, I can see our forces prepare as well. A line of archers forms, ready to attack the enemies at moment's notice.
Hold!
He places a fist in the air, and intense silence follows. Both sides are armed. The question is, who attacks first? I take a deep breath and pull out the blade of Exodus.
Hold!
I look over at the ships we've left behind. The numbers are easily halved. But this goes for the enemy as well. It was clearly the turning point. What happened next will decide the fate of our entire cause. And it began with a barrage of projectile weaponry. The enemy attacked our ship with everything they had. I can feel the hull get torn apart and everything starts shaking.
Fire!
The hackers return fire, knocking out their suits of armor, manning the weapons. I look back at the wheel of the ship and Alex spins it, turning us towards the enemy vessels.
I hope you're ready to jump!
Damex nods, and then a moment later, everything erupts into chaos. Our forces jump to the enemy ship after a long running start. They land safely and start decimating the honor guard.
See you on the other side, Monarch!
With a smirk, he follows our soldiers jumping across to the enemy ship. Landing with a roar, he immediately starts fighting, displaying impressive skill. I didn't get to see him fight in our HQ or in Larentia. It's quite a sight. He dodges the enemy attacks with ease and retaliates with expertise. Taking out multiple suits of armor with a single swing, he clearly holds his own. I turn around and order the remaining soldiers to charge. I save myself for last. But before I jump, I notice that Alex is still at the wheel. I shout his name and tell him to get across as soon as possible. The ship has already started to sink and water rises at my feet.
You know, any good captain is supposed to go down with their ship. But I guess there's no point living my life by an outdated code of honor. Thanks to the treaty, there'll be a new life waiting for me after all of this.
He leaves the wheel behind and places a hand on my shoulder.
And honestly, it's all thanks to you. Let's make this jump together, Monarch. We're a team until the end, no matter what!
Oh, that care the thing for the resub. We move to the opposite side of the ship, putting distance between us and the enemy vessel. I notice that most of the honor guard has fallen, and our soldiers are manning the weaponry. That's a good sign, with a feeling that victory is ours. Alex and I start to sprint towards the enemy. He makes it there first, jumping up on the railing of our ship and launching himself across the gap. I'm not too far behind and I jump up on the railing moments after. However, I make it no further. An arrow pierces through my shoulder and I fall back out to our ship in a pool of freezing water. I pull out the arrow with a grunt. Blood oozes from the wound, but it's nothing major. We could patch it up as soon as the enemy ships were taken care of. I rise to my feet. Looking up, I immediately notice the source of the arrow. It wasn't the honor guard. It was Shane. With an evil smirk, he jumped across, boarding our ship. It's still sinking, but I have time. I can take care of him fast enough, then I'll be able to carry out my plan as originally intended. Instead of coming for me, he runs towards the wheel, taking our ship away from the chaos. That wasn't good. My time was limited if we were both thinking and making the distance greater. He must know exactly what he's doing. Part of me wonders if we play it into some sort of trap. I look at my allies and they seem to be doing a good enough job as they enact our plan. My fist shakes as I grip the blade of Exodus. Shane scoffs as he watches. I shoot at him in anger and despair. I call him a traitor and condemn him. He's almost killed Damek. He caused irreparable damage to my family.
A traitor? Not from where I'm standing. Damek abandoned me, and it's all because of you. He's a selfish fool. All he cares about is that stupid sword.
I keep walking forward to him, and the ship shakes violently. Water keeps speeding on the deck, and I'm standing almost ankle deep.
I had a plan. We had a plan. And he threw it all away. The moment you walked through that door, he let you replace me. He left me to rot in the Triumvirate's prison because you were more convenient.
That's not true. I try. I reason with Shane, but to no avail.
You saw how many people died in your HQ during that little attack. If you couldn't wield that sword, you'd be buried down there with the rest of them. Damek didn't care about you or your friends. He only cared about your power.
Again, that's not true. He's clearly been converted by the Triumvirate.
I was thinking long and hard about what I should do. You know, what was my place in all this?
Much to my surprise, he throws both of his daggers on the ground.
And I realized that if I served the Triumvirate, I'd receive the same power. It seemed fitting. End Damek's rebellion with the same thing he was relying on.
He smirks, and I can tell that the man Damek cared about what was already dead.
I wish he could be here to see this. But you'll tell him the story, won't you?
A moment later, he charges at me unarmed. But in almost the blink of an eye, the blade appears in his hands. Robert from mine, I have no choice but to jump out of the way. I run to the opposite side of the ship, where he threw his pairs of daggers. Picking them up, I assume a fighting stance and wait for him to charge again.
Not strong enough to take it back by willpower alone? Thought so. You're weak. See, I was blessed by the Triumvirate. All you got was worthless energy from the realm of spirits. Out of pity, too.
Doesn't seem to know about the monarchy or the true nature of the power within me. Big surprise, the Triumvirate lost Sovi when he found out. I shall use this to my advantage. As he charged, I maintain the facade that I'm weak and unable to summon back the blade. I dodge to the side once more, but slice into Shane's arm with one of his own daggers. He winces and grunts. His arm starts to bleed, but it doesn't seem to affect his performance. He charges again, and I dodge to the other side. With a roll, I slice into his leg. He stumbles. I have speed and agility while he relies on slow, brute strength. It's easy to tell that he's never thugged with such a weapon before. From what I've seen, he can really only use arrows and daggers.
Is that all you got?
I won't be able to keep up the same strategy forever. I need to change it up while I think of how to end this. He charges once more, but this time I meet him head on. Holding out the daggers in a cross formation, I stop the blade from going any further. We struggle, both at almost equal strength, trembling as we try to overpower the other. I tell Shane that Damek is still alive. The spirits will hit because his cause was righteous.
Impossible!
He never complied if I told him to look for himself, so there's no way I can prove it. However, he seems to let up a little bit. I'm able to overpower him some more. I push him away and tell him that it's all true. He's on the wrong side of the war.
No, you're the one on the wrong side! The rebellion is small and insignificant. Hundreds standing in a world of millions. even if you win, they won't respect your power. They're happy living under the Triumvirate's rule. Revenge won't solve anything. Just back down.
We circled around each other, both holding out our weapons.
I was hurt by the occupation and I wanted to fight, but I realized I was being greedy, and there was no point. It's not my happiness, my satisfaction that matters. It's the world's.
It seems we reached a stalemate, both trying to talk each other down. But I wouldn't yield, and something told me that he wouldn't either. His views has been twisted, and he thinks mine have as well. We charge each other and meet in the middle once more. The water rises, and I can tell that time is minimal. We're sinking fast. Returning to the same deadlock as before, I need to do something. I need to summon the blade back when he least expects it. My time is limited, and it honestly seems like Shane is beyond saving. But the question is, what do I do when it's back in my grasp? Kill Shane. Incapacitated Shane. Oh. I would love to touch him with the blade so he can see what's of his soul. He didn't deserve to die. That much was clear. There had to be a chance that he'd see reason in the future. If I went on to win this war, maybe he'd see things differently.
You took everything from me!
As his anger and rage empowers him, I start to tremble even more. It takes a lot to resist the strength of a man wielding the blade of Exodus. I do my best to buy time until I find the right opportunity. I contest Shane's words.
You were born with everything I worked so hard to achieve! They were my family, my friends, and you took them all away!
As he starts to get more desperate and angry, I decide to take action. I let him overpower me and I step to the side, dodging his next swing.
I hate you!
But immediately after, and much to his surprise, I face the blade back into my hands. While he's caught off guard, I raise the blade in the air and smash the base against his head. He screams and stumbles back, knocked into a doze, step forward, and do the same thing again. I'm careful not to go too far, and I stop the moment I find enough time to make my escape. He slams down on the ground, almost knocked unconscious. I can hear him cry and whimper. There was no way to know if he'd make it out of his alive, but at least he had a chance.
Tomek!
It was enough of a distraction. I had to get moving. Looking back at Shane, it's crushing how far he seems to have fallen. When I saw Damek again, it might be wise to not even tell him what happened. I jump in the water and immediately start swimming towards the ship my comrades are on. But soon after jumping in, the freezing water makes my limbs feel stiff and my chest heavy. Fighting it for long as I can, I keep swimming. I know I can do this. This is no time to give up. When my vision fades back in, I can feel that I'm being dragged. What happened? My body is covered in snow and shivering. I must pass it out back in the water. I shake my head, and whoever is carrying me seems to notice, but put me down inside.
You're awake. Thank goodness. When I found you in the water, I was starting to worry. What happened back there anyway? You were so far behind us.
Shake my head, thinking that I can remember much. Necessary lie. He knew what Shen tried to do, and how lost he was. It would damage his morale. He needed to see my survival as a triumph. We couldn't afford any damaged morale.
Oh, I see. Can you stand on your own? We're resting in a shack that's not too far away. It's nothing fancy, but it'll give us the privacy we need.
Nodding, I get up on my feet. I'm stumbled a bit, but Damek can tell I'm still fine.
Just follow me, alright? I'll give you an update once we arrive. A lot of stuff happened while you were out.
Lot of stuff. Normally, a adjustment like that under those circumstances would fill me with fear. But Damek says it with such a calm demeanor that I'm led to believe everybody is fine. Holding that optimism in my head, I smile as we make our way toward the shack we mentioned. As soon as we arrive, I make my way to the shack and lean against it. We barely even arrived in Balteus and everything was already chaotic. I don't know what I was expecting, so it's not exactly a surprise either. All my comrades are scattered about, talking among themselves. I'm glad that they survived. I try to account for them one by one as I look around. After a few moments, something strikes me. I can see either Fortem or Vanessa. All approaches me and lets out a sigh of relief. I can imagine that my momentary disappearance stressed everybody out.
Good to see you, Monarch. We were worried. It seems that almost everybody's accounted for.
I ask him where Vanessa and Fortem are. His demeanor quickly turns to that sadness.
They are some of the few we have yet to find, but we are certain that they live. We haven't found their bodies. Many of them washed ashore, casualties of the battle at sea. We are relieved to know that you are not one of those casualties. The plan is to wait in and around the shack until everybody shows up. This might be a good time for you to get some rest. Please relax.
Relax while my best friends are missing? That was a tall order. I tell all, but I might not be able to.
Please do not resort to worst-case scenario thinking. This is a time to be hopeful. We stand on the precipice of victory. We will go and look for them personally. You deserve some rest.
I nodded, thanking as I turn away. Scanning the area once more, I see what I can find. A few of the comrades I can find slowly gather around me.
Hey, good to see that you're still among the living. That was pretty intense, wasn't it? Sure scared me, at least. I'm not one for sailing or fighting, so combining both? Yikes.
I love you when you say that. Yikes. I'm gonna just minimize again. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah, Pro was scared. Thankfully, I have strength for two. He cowered in the corner while I did all of the hard work.
Did not.
Sure.
We share a quick laugh. But soon after that, I can tell that something is wrong. Is there something that I'm not being told about all of this?
It's about Alex, Monarch. He's resting in the shack, in critical condition.
Oh my god.
I think we can nurse him back to health, but I'm not sure.
Oh no.
Look, it's probably best not to think about it too much. He's in good hands. We just need to forge on as a team. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead at sea. This is a victory.
I guess that's true.
It was just important that we gave you a status report. I think once everybody gets here, we'll hold another meeting. Our strategy may need some adapting after these losses.
Yeah, go take a breather. You deserve it. Right now, our options are pretty limited.
It's not ideal, but he's right. All we can do right now is wait. Thanks for the chat, Monarch.
Okay, I'm gonna just do a quick save. Just a safety. Maybe just a full save. I don't want to have a bad surprise. No. Bad save here. Okay. I guess there wasn't much left for me to do. I make my way to the shack, fully to relax. But I was chasing an impossibility. I'll find no rest here. Not until everything was over. And that would mean we either win or die. As I enter the shack, I pray that's the former. As soon as I'm inside, I let out a huge sigh. The emotions behind it are almost understandable. There was so much going on, my mind was overwhelmed. I guess I should take care of the important stuff first. The pirates' forces suffered heavy casualties and Alex was almost lost. Can see him resting on a small bed that sits in the corner of the shack. He notices me and waves me over. The soft motion, like I'll tell he's in pain.
Hey, how are you holding up?
I tell him that I'm doing alright.
At least that makes one of us. I almost died. One of my men shielded me. That's the way to power, I guess. Watching them die.
He winces in pain and I see a wound on his abdomen.
Never gets any easier, though. Hey, can you promise me one thing?
I nod and waves me even closer as his voice weakens. He holds out his hand and I shake it with a firm grip.
Give them hell for me, Monarch. If I die, I want to die knowing that we've won. Show them no quarter. They don't deserve it.
I nod and then release the grip on his hand. He goes off into the slumber and decide to leave him be. Rest would be important right now. He shouldn't force anything. After standing up, I look down at him. If it weren't for him, wouldn't even be here right now. I smile and silently thank him for all what he's done. There isn't much left to do but rest, I suppose. I move to the corner and press my back against the wall once more. Hopefully they're all able to find Valesine Fortem. I can't lose them now. I rest in here for a while and gather my bearings. This is no time for freaking out. Okay, you can continue the story when you're ready by clicking the arrow in the top right corner. Okay, so I'm gonna just save again. No. Okay. So you can click here, I guess. Is there some interaction here to do? No. A book. Okay. No, I just want. There's nothing much to do here, so I'm gonna just. Okay, would you like to continue the journey? Yes, please. After a few hours of waiting, I almost can't handle it anymore. It's impossible for me to rest when my friends could be in danger. Making my way to the exit, I cross my fingers, hoping that things are okay. Just as I'm about to leave, the door is swung open, catching me off guard. I take a few steps back to avoid getting hit, letting out a sigh of relief afterwards. It's Ulrich, but that's not all. A few moments after he enters, Valesine Fortem follow. They're alive! What a huge relief this was. All the worry had taken its toll. We hug each other with big smiles on our faces. For a while there, I was scared of what might happen. Thankfully, they're okay. I could rest easy as we move forward with everything.
Sorry for taking a bit longer than you thought. We've never been here before, so we got lost.
Yeah, and it was even harder because you're keeping quiet. It's hard to find people who don't want to be found, you know?
I release a hug and tell them that everything is fine. I was worried, but I knew that we were capable of surviving.
Can't believe how cold this place is. It looks so uninviting, too. Scary, almost.
Yeah, hopefully we can change that. The triumvirate seems neglectful, but why?
It's a trap. I shrug, unsure of how to answer that question. We're here to kill the triumvirate, no reason with them. I have a feeling this, amongst other questions, remain unanswered. Damek and all soon enter the shack. Followed by more of our comrades, we quickly fill the room. Gathering around the table, it's clear that it was time to plan.
Alright, we need to talk about what happens next. Until now, we've been pretty vague since time was short. But there's no more delaying. This is everything we've got. We need to push through the town square before anything can happen. Balteus is fortified by a large wall, so we can't get to the library from the outside. This means that the bulk of the battle will take place within the city itself.
Oh my god.
However, we want to get to the Grand Library with as little resistance as possible. To that end, we'll have our created seers go in first and cause a distraction. If they can lure the honor guard away from the town square, we can slip in. Since the honor guard can't enter the library, it's perfect for a base of operations. Let's face it, this shack is dangerous, so we should get moving as soon as possible. Once we're in the library, we can relax and prepare to launch our final assault.
And what will that final assault consist of?
Good question. Here's what we've been thinking. If the floor is mine, I'll reveal our plan.
What? He's waiting for the final... We need to know! Oz nods, giving them the floor. He steps forward. Placing a scroll on the table, he promptly unfolds it. I can see that it's a map of Balteus, the entire city. Everybody gathered around the table, putting aside any other business. If the strategy at sea was any indication, I know this operation is in good hands. They certainly seem to know what they're doing. I can feel our morale rising. He starts to speak with certainty and confidence. It's impressive. They must be planning this for a while. We'll all watch intently, curious to see what kind of strategy they have.
This is the main area of the city. Our goal is to ensure that the monarch has a clear path to the castle. That way, he can slip inside and kill the triumvirate with minimal effort. Hal and myself will lure the honor guard to the town square. This is where the bulk of the battle will take place. It shouldn't be too hard. With the added might of our draconic allies, we'll have no problem at all. Pro will sneak away from the town square and infiltrate the castle. His job will be to cause a distraction, luring enemies away from the atrium. With that done, the rest should be smooth sailing for the monarch.
Sounds like a piece of cake, to be honest. Consider that castle empty upon your arrival. Causing distractions is totally a specialty of mine.
Alright, that takes care of Hal, Pro, and myself. The rest of you will accompany the monarch to the castle. Let's see here. I should have another map detailing our current area.
Okay.
The only way to approach the Triumvirate's castle is directly from the front. That is, unless you know a secret or two. This involves a hidden mountain pass.
Oh.
Using this pass, you can go around Balteus. It'll be much easier than sneaking through the city. Joining you will be Ulrich, Fortame, and Valessa.
Okay.
Damek, if you'd let me join them, I could help out. Remember who tipped you off about this hidden trail? I can even use the Blade of Exodus if the Monarch is in a bind.
You remember that part in the two towers? When the hobbits are led to a secret path and there's a spider. I just hope it's not a trap from Sovi.
Alright, sure. I have no problem with that. Sovi will accompany the group headed to the castle. They'll split up when they get close. Let's see here. You should emerge from the mountain pass right beside the castle. Because of all the distractions, your path inside should be clear, but I need Fortame to do something special for us first.
Me? Special? What do you need me to do?
I'll have you climb the castle, scaling the outside walls. Your job will be to get inside and ring the bell of retreat. If you can find it, it should make the honor guard stand down.
Et mon ami est bien plus encore. Je suis pas Denver.
Wait, seriously? All of them?
Yeah, all of them. I'm putting a lot of trust in you here. Do you think you can do this for us?
Of course! Climbing is my specialty. I'll have that bell ringing in no time.
Okay.
Good. The rest of you will enter the castle from the front. Again, your path should be clear if all goes as planned. If not, well, you'll have to fight your way through. But I believe in you.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, we can do this, no problem.
Glad to hear it.
That is all we've come up with. Does everybody find it acceptable?
Yeah, expect the part with Sovi in the secret mountain pass. Yeah, okay, I guess it will do. Everybody nods, knowing their part. It seems like they had almost thought of it all. With a strategy like that, victory seems almost certain. Yeah, it's a little bit too easy. As long as I could defeat the Triumvirate and that idol. Even if everybody plays their part, the end is still all on me. I do my best not let them down, but part of me is filled with fright.
Alright, let's go outside. We'll head to the Grand Library as a group. If we can get in there without trouble, the rest will be easy.
The credit series should make it pretty easy for us. Well, we lure the Lord Guard away from the town square. If they can do that, then we can slip in pretty much undetected. Hopefully they could survive the task. This operation will be divided into 2 phases then. Take the Grand Library, then take the Triumvirate's castle. With everything planned and out in the open, we exit the shack. Hope fills the air. For the first time in a while, we could do this. I smile at my comrades as we head outside, one by one. The cold, inviting air assaults me as soon as I exit the shack. It's like it's grown. I'm not sure how people could survive in this place. Well, not that there's many people here. It's many wars, suits, or armor. I can hear everybody talking, going over the roles they were assigned. If everybody did what they were supposed to do, then we'd win this for sure. Of course, as long as I could destroy the Triumvirate and that idol they're housing. That's my main concern here. Should I destroy that idol? I still don't know what to do.
Sneak into the castle and lure everybody away from the main atrium. Seems pretty easy to me. The monarch will have no resistance at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And if I can ring that bell, then everybody will be safe. All those years of climbing has finally paid off. This is gonna be great.
Eric is quick to interject, putting any arrogance to rest before I can blossom.
Look, none of that is going to happen if we can't take the Grand Library. We need to establish a foothold, a safe place to retreat to if things go south.
They all nod and stop the discussion they were having. It's true though. Without Haven, we're out in the open, completely unsafe. At least the first phase of our plan wasn't too complicated. I know we'd say the library. I noticed that one of our comrades is carrying Alex. That's good. The library will be the best place for him to get rest. He's fast asleep, which is pretty surprising. He must be a heavy sleeper.
The city should only be a couple of hours away. We trust that you can all handle the cold.
We don't really have much of a choice, Hal. Let's get going. I think our goal is pretty clear.
Upon hearing that, we all start walking towards the city. I can see the impressive wall that surrounds everything. It's beautiful. However, I can't see anything past it. I have no idea what Baldi's looks like. We walk through 3 thick layers of snow and my legs start to tire out. But I'm not in a position where I have any choice. Pushing forwards is mandatory. After what feels like a small eternity, we finally arrive at the gates leading into Balteus. The town gates and the wall are an amazing sight. Intricate details are carved into the stone. It's a work of art. Something told me the monarchy made this, not the Triumvirate.
This looks amazing. This must be a remnant of the monarchy, right? The Triumvirate can't be this artistic. I know it.
Correct. This looks just as we remember it. However, Baltius wasn't always this cold. Something bad has happened to the nation.
Oh, I see. Like what?
We're not sure. However, it is probably due to the Triumvirate. It pains us to see how much they've defiled our former home. We used to live in Baltius. It housed the throne and our ruler. To see it reduced to a frozen wasteland, it is almost too much to bear. Let us head inside. We need to see what else has changed over the years.
He's not gonna be happy. Reminds me of what we thought would happen to Valinor. Without the spirit idol, wither away and freeze over like Iskron. We have seen Lynn that was false, but what's happened to Balteus then? As we all start to make our way inside the city, Damek stops us. He looks a bit worried. I can tell that he's lost in deep thought.
Seers, please come forth.
A few moments later, a group of our seers step forward.
We don't have much time to waste. As soon as we get inside, you need to get to work. Lure the honor guard away from our path. Understood?
Of course. Your path to the library will be clear. After the fighting dies down, we will come and join you. It should be easy, so don't expect us to be too far behind.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Let's see, is there anything else to cover?
He turns back to face the rest of the group. Gulping, it's clear that he's fraught with anxiety.
Look, we're about to do something that's never been done before. We're seizing territory from the Triumvirate, right under their noses. Much like they did to Mazeo. We're about to occupy Balteus. But that does not mean we are like them. We do what we do in order to gain our freedom. They occupied Mazeo, wanting to oppress us even further.
We all exchange glances and nod at one another.
I want you to all remember that as we press forward, war can blur the lines between good and evil. But I know where we stand. If you know that too, then there's nothing that can stop you. You are heroes.
With nothing left to say, we slowly make our way into the city. I can tell that due to Damek's encouraging words, everybody is happy. However, as we enter, nothing prepares us for the sight that awaits us. All immediately step forwards, taking in the sights before him. Addis looks almost inhabitable. It's in a state of decay and death. I know the Norgard doesn't need a paradise, but this is crazy.
What have they done?
It's clear that all this earth. This used to be the monarchy's home after all. Hopefully there will be a way to reverse all of this. It isn't right.
This is, well, I certainly didn't expect this. I'm guessing it didn't look like this in your time?
No. Balteus was a paradise. This is unacceptable, Damek. We must find a way to fix it.
Of course. There's no way I'll let this stand. It's a bit of a shock, but our plan remains unchanged. Secure the Grand Library, then kill the Triumvirate.
After he's done talking, we see all of our guard suits walk by. We quickly run off to the side and hide behind a nearby building. I've never seen anything like this. The building is pitch black. Pieces of it crumble off, almost like it's been burned or charred. But it hasn't. I know a building can die, but there's no other way. Put it. Like its source of life has been cut off. It appears to be living on borrowed time.
What's going on here?
This is disgusting. Look.
He looks down and we all look at his feet. We're no longer standing in snow, but ash and thaw. I start to wonder if it was ever really snowing at all.
This is Alestia's fate if we leave it in their hands. They don't care about the land. They only care about themselves. This is proof enough that we're on the right side of history.
All turns to me and places a hand on my shoulder.
We suspect that this may be related to their dark idol, Monarch. Above all else, please prioritize its destruction.
Are you sure? I nod as previous visions start to repeat themselves in my mind. I was facing that idol with the blade. Everything is coming to pass. After our short talk, our attention is directed back towards the honor guard.
Seers, come here. I think this is our best chance to take action. With that group gone, our path to the library is clear.
Upon hearing this, they quickly group up in front of Damek. Our goal of seizing the Grand Library seems pretty attainable.
Yes, sir. Should be easy enough to take them down. After they're dealt with, we'll meet you all in the library.
Good. Go around this building and attack from the other side. They'll be focusing on you, so we'll head in the opposite direction.
Perfect. Then we'll meet up at the library. If we don't make it, though, it's been an honor.
After exchanging a nod, both groups part ways. The credit seers prepare to distract the honor guard. Damek points to a nearby road, signaling where we should run.
The Grand Library is right over there. We'll run on my mark, so just hold on.
After speaking, he immediately places a finger against his mouth. It's clear that we need to remain silent whilst the seers carry out their goal. We wait there in an intense silence, waiting to hear the clashing of swords. We all stare at each other in ease. We know that we'll start to fight. Some of them may die. Pains me that sacrifice was necessary in order to attain our goal. But I know that sacrifice will never be forgotten. My heart sings as soon as I hear them start to fight. I hear screaming and steel against steel. My instinct tells me to run immediately, but Damek has yet to move. I can see him wince every time the skirmish gets a little louder. But soon enough, he makes the call, and we're all running.
Now, go!
In our haste, we'll still make sure to be as silent as possible. The Grand Library isn't too far away. In fact, I can see it now. It stands tall and seems to be the one building that's not falling apart. As soon as we arrive there, we all let out a big sigh of relief. We can still hear the fighting, but it's more distant than before. Through the screams, it's impossible to tell which side is winning.
What's going on back there?
I don't know. Let's just hope it's going well.
Doesn't sound that way.
For the honor guard, maybe. Hurry up. We need to get inside.
Shouldn't we wait for the seers? At this rate, it might not be much longer.
No, they can meet us inside. We can't risk running into more suits. That was just one group. I'm sure there's more.
Right.
They start to ascend the stairs, but Old stops them.
Wait. The library seems fine. Why does it not decay like the rest?
That's a very good question. Maybe the Triumvirate is inside. Everybody turns to face him, but nobody knows. Damek takes the stairs back down and faces all.
I don't know, but I think this is a good sign.
A very bad one.
It means we can control or limit what's happening. Knowing this, we might be able to fix Balteus.
Or perhaps it's a bad sign, Dom.
Yeah.
Maybe our enemy has the power to harm Alestia itself. How do you think we can stand up against such a foe?
Everybody exchanges worried glances. But then my eyes find their way to the blade on my back. It's apparent that conventional means will not be enough to win. Nobody knows how to answer all, and an awkward silence follows. But then we realize that is, indeed, a silence. This is concerning. The other fight is over, but did the credit seers prevail?
Hey, let's get inside, alright? Maybe the librarian knows more about this. We shouldn't stand around in the open out here.
Having successfully changed the subject, we start heading inside. All made a good point, but none of us were able to counter it. I doubt that the librarian would want to talk up to invaders like us. It makes me worry about how we might get them to talk. There was so much uncertainty and worry in the air right now. As we enter the library, I hope that our forces lived through their fight. When we enter the library, I'm taken aback by what I see. Dust fills the air, and it seems like this place has seen better days. The only sign that somebody has been here is that the books remain clean. Whoever has been taking care of this place only cares about the literature. I guess that's acceptable, since that will be the main job of the librarian. But It just seems odd. All the time in the wall and it's still quite dirty. Some kind of weird apparatus in the back of the library. I've never seen anything like before. It almost awe-inspiring. My comrades all look around, sharing that same look of awe.
This is amazing!
I've never seen so many books in one place before. I wonder what they're all about. Should we take a look?
No, we have no time.
Maybe not. We're here for a reason, remember? Let's find the owner and see what they can tell us.
I will step forward, objecting before anyone else can speak.
Actually, there's a chance that the books could tell us even more. The Triumvirate must keep them away from the mainland for a reason.
What do you mean?
The monarchy vanished in the blink of an eye. This we know for sure. People can be erased, but not culture. Signs of our time here would have remained.
Like books.
So, you're saying...
Before I can continue, we hear a noise come from down the hall. We know the honor guard can enter, so it must be the proprietor. Knowing that we need to take them hostage, we assume hostile stances.
Looking into the past is one of the best ways to learn. If we don't become better people, then we'll repeat the same mistakes. How fitting, then, that the old monarchy would focus only on the future.
We all exchange glances, slightly confused.
They wanted to guide themselves to the perfect future. If it was possible to get there, then no cost would be too high. In the name of a better world, they embraced corruption.
Oh! After a few steps forward, the mysterious man comes into view.
Too often do we condemn others in our self-serving journeys. A bright future for the monarchy would have meant death for innocent worlds. The Triumvirate chose to step in, as they have countless times before, to maintain balance.
What? Balance? Damex interjects with a look on his face that I only describe as the onset of anger.
We know what the Triumvirate did to the monarchy. Hal told us. But like you said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. It's how we become better. If the option of failure is taken away from us, we can no longer call ourselves people. They can hide behind whatever reason they want, but they're wrong to control us. The ability to make these mistakes is our right, and I will not stand by while it's taken away. Corruption? Death? Nobody wants these, but without them, we might as well not exist at all.
Everybody nods and cheers Damek home. The mystery man shrugs and keeps walking forward.
Restrain this man!
Uh-oh. I expect to see the man put a fight, but he doesn't.
You will experience no resistance from me. But on the other hand, you'll find no help either. Do what you must, but keep the library intact.
He gets on his knees and holds out his wrist. Oz makes quick work of restraining him.
Who are you? You know far more than most.
The man shakes his head.
Just a hoarder of knowledge. A man who preserves the past rather than erasing it. In exchange, the Triumvirate gives me life and shelter.
Another one of their victims, you mean? Eternal life in exchange for servitude? Despicable. What atrocities did you commit in their name?
I created this library, a simple glimpse into the past. Everything the monarchy ever wrote is on these shelves.
Oh, that's very interesting.
That was my job. Preserve the old history.
Why they would do that?
While creating a new one.
Why the Triumvirate don't erase this library? I don't get it.
And what new history did you create?
I wrote about the Triumvirate and spread it everywhere. I made them seem like gods, like they were the creators of this world. As new life began on Alestia, they found my writing and believed every word.
What? Old Scott has hunger boils within him. But before he can do anything, Pro interrupts.
Algus Fayer.
Oh, he knows. Man's ears perk up in a way that reveals he was writing to his name.
That is the moniker I assumed, yes. I'm happy to know that the name is still remembered.
Algus Fayer. The man revered as the greatest historian. I can't believe that he too was a tool of the Triumvirate.
So everything the people believe is a lie that you created. Why would you need to go to such extremes? This is insane.
Look at how you and your friends reacted to learning the truth. It brought you here, prepared to kill those who gave you life. The people must never know the true cost of their creation.
Oh.
I don't believe this. Hal, get him out of our sight.
All drags Angus away as the rest of us group together.
Well, at least he didn't put up much of a fight. I'd like to say that I'm shocked, but I don't feel surprised at all. This journey has been full of revelations. This is just another for the pile. It doesn't really change much at all. We still have a plan. But it'd be stupid to attack the enemy in the middle of the night. Let's rest until the break of dawn and meet in the front of the library. Remember that we're safe as long as we stay in here. Hopefully the rest of our forces aren't too far behind. You're all dismissed. See you in the morning, okay?
Where are we supposed to rest?
I'm sure there's private quarters around here somewhere. And if you can't sleep, at least there's a lot of books to read. After the war, we should give this knowledge back to the people.
Yeah, I agree. The Triumvirate can't hide this stuff forever. We finally have proof that nobody can deny. This is amazing.
Why they kept
If we
this
show
proof?
them this, they'll accept our rule without question.
Why they don't destroy all these books? I don't get it. Damek smiles, his spirits seemingly lift.
Yeah, let's hope you're right.
Mama,
have a good night, everybody.
With that, we all left on our own. People scatter about, reading books and exploring the library. I decide to look for a private room so I can relax and gather my bearings. Aline returns to the chamber of the Triumvirate. Noticing the absence of Shane, they're a bit confused. They don't assume the worst and ask Aline to brief them.
Shane stayed behind to lead the naval attack. He plans to trim their forces as much as possible. Like you anticipated, they're arriving by sea.
Good. Then things are going according to plan. We'll have you wait in the atrium for their arrival. This means that you'll be our last line of defense.
I consider it an honor, but I have to say, I'm worried for Shane. His chances of survival are pretty slim out there.
He knew what he was signing up for. If he killed even one of the rebels, then he was successful. Focus on protecting this castle, Halen. That's more important.
Yes, of course. I'll make sure no one passes the atrium. If they try, they'll fall as quickly as they enter.
Thank you, Halen. It's important that they have a false sense of security. Don't give them too much resistance until it's absolutely necessary. If they think they're going to win, they're more prone to slipping up. It's up to you to figure out when that moment is and take advantage of it. Even if it takes your life, you ought to prevent them from entering our chambers.
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking of that too, Chloe. It could be a human, yeah. Triumvirate could be human. We never saw their faces, so yeah, that would be a possibility. Aline kneels, complying without hesitation.
Yes, of course. My life for the Triumvirate. I'll fortify straight away and wait for their arrival.
Aline strides out of her chambers with a sense of purpose. After he leaves, they turn to each other, displaying soft smiles.
Hopefully this time, things will be different.
Yeah, this is a time loop, definitely. This time. After finding a private room, I pace around it in circles. I've had nothing but bad luck when it came to getting rest. Even since we left Mazeo, I've been too worried to fall asleep. I try reading books, but none of them are able to capture my interest. Facing the room, I basically succumb to the anxiety assaulting my mind. However, and thankfully, a knock at my door soon returns me to lucidity. As soon as I open it, Damex enters. He takes a deep breath, sounding both annoyed and relieved. I don't blame him, he's gone through so much in such a short time.
We finally put the librarian to rest. He sure likes to talk a lot, and about nothing at all. Lots of answers in the form of riddles. Boring stuff. It's pretty interesting that he didn't resist, though. He said he won't help us, but he won't stop us either. His true allegiance is to history. That's what he kept saying. Doesn't make much sense since he faked so much history in the past. But no matter what happens next, he'll have a lot to write about. If we win, he'll record it. If we lose, then he'll record that too.
That would be interesting to read the book then. I guess his stance makes more sense if you look at it that way. No matter what happens next, somebody will need to write about it.
His main condition was that we don't harm the library. Pretty good terms, especially in exchange for a foothold. We may not have won yet, but we've seized Baltean soil.
That's true. Nobody else has even got over this far. I can tell that we stand a chance at winning, and it feels amazing. But I have to ask, how do we know that this Algus can be trusted?
We don't. But he can't do much if he's locked up. Any chance he had at intervening is long gone by now. He can try when we leave, but we'll be prepared to fight by then.
I nod, thanking Damek for the update on what's going on.
Of course. I just wanted to make sure you were all right. It must be hard to sleep right now, given all the weight on your shoulders. The others aren't sleeping either. Maybe you should spend some time with them.
Yeah, sure. He's right. I can't sleep, but that's probably the next best idea. But I wonder if our bonds are strong enough to round some time together. This could be our last night alive after all. It might be more productive over time. I guess there was no harm in checking. I see him out of my room with a new goal in mind. Turning back to face the vast emptiness of this private room, I wonder who could I invite over. This would be a good night to make some final memories, just in case the worst came to pass. Okay, so we can spend final one-on-one time with every loyal comrade. Okay, click 0 in the right corner when you're ready to proceed with the story. Okay. Vanessa, it won't work. Of course. Let's start with Ulrich. Yeah. As I'm lost in thought, a knock at the door jolts me awake. Without hesitation, I open it up and Ulrich steps inside. He seems calm. He's seen tons of battle in his lifetime.
Hey, Monarch. I just wanted to come see you. We won't be getting much sleep tonight after all.
It's true, and I don't blame anybody for it. Especially Ulrich, we were fighting his former masters. This would be harder on him than it would be for us.
I can't stop thinking about our visit to our
thanks for the follow, Dexter.
You know, I broke your nose and I feel awful about that. But I couldn't let you get in the way and compromise our plan. It needed to come down to just Pro and myself. It was the only way that we could guarantee our victory. I guess I came here seeking forgiveness. I feel foolish, though. Your forgiveness was implied when you removed that curse from me. I mean, you wouldn't do something like that if you resented me, right? But still, having it implied, it's not the same as hearing you say it.
You want me to hear... Okay, you want me to say that. And tell what is after. So I tell him that he's forgiven. To be honest, it's the last thing on my mind right now. If it secured our Draconic Alliance, it was worth it.
And that's the thing, though. Forgiveness shouldn't come so easy. When you're on the throne, you need to learn how to punish. I lied to you. I hurt you. I shouldn't deserve your forgiveness.
Man, why did he come here asking for it? I tell him that he deserves forgiveness because he meant no ill will. He did what he did out of necessity to help further our cause and win.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're lucky it was just your nose. In that moment, I would have done whatever I deemed necessary, Monarch. And given the opportunity, I would do it again. I would go as far as I needed. Do you still think I'm worthy of forgiveness? Who knows what I might have to do during the final battle? The fate of the world is in the balance.
Yes, you said it. Your fate, our
hold
world
back.
is the balance. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? He's acting odd, but I try not to bring it to his attention. For all I know, he's anxious about the upcoming battle. But still, I tell him that he's forgiven. Can hold him accountable for things he hasn't done. What he has done, however, is more than made up for.
As long as we're both on the same page. I expect the same from you. Don't hold back in any way. If I'm in danger, don't stop to help me. You have your goal.
Okay. Wants me to just leave him for dead?
I know what I was getting into when you removed my curse. I'm vulnerable. For the first time in thousands of years. But while I'm vulnerable, I also feel alive, Monarch. It's amazing how much the possibility of death can motivate us. In some ways, that's what drives us to accomplish our goals. Without some sort of end, there's no time for us to seize.
Will know better than me. I don't think even he knows how old he is. At that point, the years will start to blur together. His demeanor makes sense now that he's facing his mortality. His actions have consequences that could affect the rest of his life. In the past, no matter what he did, he could just outlive repercussion. I tell him I'll do it. I'll leave him behind, only if it's necessary. I do have my goal, but part of that is ensuring my comrades stay alive. The pledge seems to satisfy him enough, and he changes the subject.
Thank you, Monarch. I knew you'd be strong enough to make the tough decisions. Since we met, I've seen nothing but a capable ruler in you. And that was before the attack on the Rebel HQ. Remember back in Valenorth, when we were at Peregrino. You've been leading this world for much longer than you think.
Oh.
And I have to say, I agree with your choices. Keeping Peregrino as a tavern? I thought about that for a while. Anybody who values alcohol that much is good in my books.
He smiles at me and places his hand on my shoulder.
When I look back on times like that, I realize how far we've come. Complete strangers to lovers. And it all happened so fast. I wasn't expecting it, but that's how I know it's real. Some people pursue love like it'll make them whole. But it's not right to place a burden like that on somebody else. I think you can only really enjoy love when you love yourself first.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's what you helped me do, Monarch. It's like the more I know about you, the more I know about myself. And I don't want to stop learning. I want it for the rest of my life. I'm just grateful that now it's a life I deem worth living. If I don't lose it on the battlefield, then I want to spend it with you. Being able to grow old and say goodbye. It's an odd thing to desire. But when you lose the ability to die, you start to miss it. In fact, you can almost forget what it's like to feel alive. I did. At least until I first laid eyes on you.
Takes the hand off my shoulders and love.
I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Don't want to give away my wedding vows.
Oh.
This is actually some prime material, now that I think about it.
Pulling me into a hug, he placed a kiss on the top of my head.
Let's continue this after the battle, alright? Unfinished business is just one more reason to survive. In times like these, We need as many of those as we can get.
I nod and see him out of my room. He seems a bit different, but I don't blame him. Anybody would change when given the ability to die. I'm just thankful that he's staying optimistic about it. Makes me realize that he really wanted it. It wasn't a hasty decision. And with that optimism, I know he'll survive and live a long, happy life. Let's see Sophie now. It would be interesting to see what Sophie has to say. There's a knock on my door, more urgent sounding than I anticipated. It couldn't possibly be time to launch the attack, but it must be something else. As soon as I open it, Sophie steps into the room, a look of anxiety on his face.
Sorry, I just needed to get away from that atrium monarch. Everybody keeps telling me what to do, and it's getting on my nerves. I have no problem helping out your cause, but it's my choice to do so. I followed enough orders while I was under the Triumvirate's control. Joining you and your army, I thought I'd finally be a free man. I mean, I guess I am. Ignore me, I'm just complaining.
He shrugs and starts wandering around the room. I tell him that it's okay, he shouldn't have to follow orders here. I give him free rein to do whatever he sees as the most useful.
You know, that's why I like you. You're the only person who lets me do what I want. Everybody else keeps me at arm's length, commanding me. After all I've been through, I think I want to be the commander.
Oh.
I always thought I've been meant for more than what I was given. When I met you, and you accepted my offer, I knew I was right.
Yeah, but Damex and Old are leading the attack, so...
At first, I only planned to help you until we took down Halen. But we've grown so close, and your comrades are so accepting. I've never felt such a sense of belonging. A sense, perhaps, of family.
Really? With a smile, he takes a book from the shelves, opens it up.
You know, I've been reading about the monarchy. They seem to be more similar to the Triumvirate than we thought.
Oh?
The Triumvirate demands perfection. The monarchy sought the perfect future. And it seems like neither group cared about what costs they paid. But it's impossible to pinpoint the moment the monarchy was imprisoned. Many of these books are dated with a system I'm unable to decipher. So how advanced was the monarchy when the Triumvirate took action? Were they silencing a real threat? Or perhaps a potential threat? One is more acceptable than the other, but neither are just. I find myself wondering what would happen if someone opposed the monarchy. What if somebody got in the way of them and their perfect future? Would they be killed, just like enemies of the Triumvirate?
That's a very good question.
And furthermore, how did they possess foresight to begin with? You inherited it from them, but where did they get it from? Sorry for rambling. There's just so many questions.
I just hope that the time loop won't mix up the Triumvirate, because it will be devastating.
It might be best to just forget the monarchy ever existed.
It's very confusing.
Start over, from scratch, under the banner of the rebellion. Why reclaim a world for someone who would be your enemy? The Triumvirate controls us in an attempt to keep everything pure. The monarchy, too, controlled their subjects, just for a different reason. We want to live free, right? Free to do what we want, and live how we want.
I nod.
Why settle for the lesser of two evils? Forget the Triumvirate. Forget the monarchy. Carve your own path. Follow none tread by others.
I shake my head, unsure how to react. This world didn't belong to the Triumvirate, but not to us either. We were simply their creation, given free will by the monarchy. This seems to have been a conquest meant to reclaim their world. They may not be alive to see it happen, but we should rule it like they did. I have the blade too, and I was from Valley North. I always look towards the future. All of those things considered, I was uniquely qualified to rule in their stead. I couldn't just use everything they gave me and then throw away the idea.
You don't understand.
He throws the book aside and picks me back against the wall. I stand strong, meeting his gaze, almost as it's issuing a direct challenge. His grip is strong, and I can tell he's really passionate about this subject.
If you let them control your actions, then you'll never truly be free. No matter who you align with, you'll inherit ideals that harm, like poison. You need to look to the past, not the future. Avoid the mistakes they made. That's what I did. And look where it brought me. Standing before you, able to think of little else. I just don't want to see you fall. You're better. Better than the Triumvirate. Better than the Monarchy. You're the only person that's ever treated me like I mattered. I'm not a slave to you. I'm not just some means to an end.
He still has me pinned against the wall, and I feel him tremble. A few moments later, he lets go of me, but I pull him back in. He looks away from me, and I can feel his breath against my neck.
I kept telling myself that you weren't giving me any special treatment. I wanted to believe that you'd extend the same courtesies to anybody. But then, you got me those writing utensils, and I became so confused.
I can feel a rage well up within him as he speaks. Without warning, he punched the wall like beside me with a lone grunt. However, one of his hands still rests gently at my side. He's conflicted.
I hate that I can't stop thinking about you. I hate that I care more about your future than my own.
He strikes the wall once more and then looks me dead in the eyes. His second hand returns to my side and pins me against the wall again.
I hate you.
A moment later, our lips press together. Oh my god! I rest my hands on his sides and then quickly turns the table. Spinning both of us around, I press him against the wall as we continue to kiss. Oh my god! As we take it further, Toby emits noise that unfolds his confusion and anger. We move to different surfaces, the table and then the bed. As we continue, it felt as natural as it did abrupt, and this is how we spend the rest of time together. Oh my god, he kissed me. Yeah, let's talk to all now. As I'm browsing random books, I hear a knock on my door. It's all. I let him in and ask him how things are going. I don't know why I asked. It's clear that the answer was.
They all worry. They fear that death will come for them. An understandable fear, however. This is the end of our journey. We will face more danger than ever before as we move forward. Algus, however, isn't making things any easier.
Hello, Renewal.
He plants seeds of doubt in many of our soldiers, Monarch. Words are a writer's greatest weapon. A gag would be effective.
It's unclear if it's a joke or it gets a smile from me regardless.
He says that we are the true enemy, the Monarchy. He says that if you knew the truth of our people, you would run. You would no longer fight for us, as we endangered innocent worlds. It is not true, however. His mind has been twisted beyond repair. But many soldiers are starting to doubt. What if he is telling the truth? Could they save their lives by switching sides in the final moments?
That isn't acceptable. We couldn't afford any turncoats.
The Monarchy made mistakes, as any group of people do. Like Dominic said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. Bad choices, while bad, are our right as people to make. They cast us aside in a prison, taking away our ability to choose. And in doing so, they took away our ability to live in freedom. No matter our crimes, this punishment is far too severe.
I agree, and I could never be turned against the monarchy. The triumvirate imprisoned them because they understood wars. A hypocritical thing to say as they hurt Alestia at the very same time.
But, we must say, it was a battle that we lost fair and square. We were so focused on our own future that we lost sight of everyone else's. It doesn't surprise us that our perfect future came at the expense of others. If it leads to happiness in the end, how can you decide what cost is too high? This is the line that all tyrants seem to walk in the early days of their rule. Many have fallen to the wrong side, Monarch. We trust that you will not.
I nod. I don't see myself stooping to the level of the enemy anytime soon.
We know that Damek wishes to gift all this knowledge to the people. These books capture almost the entire history of the monarchy. This may not be a good idea. They may read of our mistakes. And those mistakes may just inspire future insurrections. We think it may be best to destroy the monarchy entirely, burn these books, and remove the spirits from this body.
Wait, what? That was suddenly extreme.
These books shouldn't exist at all, Monarch. We don't know why the Triumvirate keeps them lying around. If our oppression was their goal, then they should have destroyed them.
Yeah, that was what I was asking for when we came here. Why they didn't destroy the library and the books? That's suspicious.
Right now, they exist as a testament to our imprisonment. As long as they remain intact, they will be only a harmful memory. They should be destroyed. Allow my people and our history to rest.
It's all coming out of nowhere, but it makes sense. Is the monarchy embodied? This must be a horrific sight for him. His entire culture stolen, imprisoned just like him and his people.
This is why we ask that you look toward the future, Monarch. Do not concern yourself with who we were, or what we were like. Order this library to be destroyed. Live life on your own terms.
I don't know what to say, so I just stare at him in silence.
This started back during our journey into Eastcrown. This body could not survive the cold. The spirits inside helped, but in doing so, they died. We are weaker than we were back then. Weaker, but more in tune with everything around us. Almost like a weight was lifted from our shoulders. We would like you to lift this weight even further. Please, use that blade. Absorb the souls inside of us. Leave one behind. And let us feel what it is like to be alive. After the weight is gone from our shoulders, lift it from the world.
What? He looks around the room to the various books scattered about.
You must absorb these souls and destroy the books. Only then will the monarchy be truly removed from history, as our mind will be better for it. So too will the world itself.
I don't know how to respond to what he's asking of me. He wants me to commit mass genocide against the monarchy? This is all happening so fast, I'm not sure how I should respond.
You would not be killing us. We have long since been dead. It would be an act of mercy upon a group of oppressed people. We can no longer live. The Triumvirate stole that right from us. But if you can take our spirits and use it to power the blade, maybe it will give you the edge you need to win this yourselves. We may have lost, but that doesn't mean you need to, as well. These spirits may linger, and the books may remain, but the truth of it is, we're dead. We need to be buried. Our very existence is born from a denial of that death. If you leave one soul, we will use this body to fight for you. We may fall in combat, but nothing of value would be lost. We cannot help our own people, so we must help yours.
I knew that eventually we'd have to figure the nature of his existence. but I didn't expect to be confronted with it on the eve of the final battle. He wants to accept defeat, have the soul removed, and books destroyed. If I did that, there'd be no physical remains of the monarchy. I had spirits inside of me, and I was still not my own person, able to live free. We're talking about the extension of an entire group of people. I don't know.
We understand if this is too much to ask, Monarch, but we think this is the right course of action for everybody. Don't be scared to hurt us. You cannot harm what is already dead. The spirits would be more useful in the blade than this body. But like we said, one can remain to aid you in fighting. What do you say, Monarch? What will you do?
Oh. What is purity here? What is corruption here? They ask me to free them. Yeah. After all, when I choose to have seers and not zombies as a personal army, I choose to leave people living their life and not having zombies. So, yeah, I can. If you want to die, I should accept that. Yeah. I'm gonna remove the spirit to empower the blade. Yes. I just hope I don't make a mistake, because that blade is the key of everything. I agree to grant him his request. I need this blade as strong as possible for the coming battle. These people may be lost, but they can still help us win this war.
Thank you, Monarch. Do not worry about the books. We will talk to Dominik. But know that you made the right choice, and rest easy.
With a nod, I take out the blade and hold it to his chest. They respond to my will, and so I do my best to envision all's request. Leave one soul to inhabit the body, and use the rest to empower the blade. Close my eyes. Tried my hardest to make his dream a reality. After a while, he takes a deep breath and seems a bit different. The blade didn't seem to activate, but I guess I did what I needed to.
Thank you. You did the right thing. If you'll excuse us, we have more to take care of. The final battle looms. There is much for all of us to do.
I nod and see him out of my room. I didn't expect to settle this one-on-one. Maybe part of me wanted the input of others. However, I think things turned out for the best. We managed this secrecy nobody would ever know. I helped him and he helped me. I was stronger than ever before. That's strange. Let's see Pro. Yeah. I invite Pro over to my room to spend some final time together. He has the dangerous task of infiltrating the Triumvirate castle. There's no telling what would happen, and I can tell that he's scared.
So, I guess this is it, huh? You know, I always thought that I'd be ready, but now that we're here, I feel such apprehension. I know the layout of their castle based on past reconnaissance, but when we stole the Blade of Exodus, they weren't expecting us. They know we're here now. For us, this will be a purely uphill battle.
He's right. We could no longer use the element of surprise. We had our strength and our smarts, but would it be enough?
Look at me, freaking out. I don't mean to bring down your morale. Let's change the subject, alright? Is there any wine in this place?
Oh, sure. I'm pretty sure it is. Looks around the room and it's quickly let down.
Of course there isn't. You know, I thought it'd be a given. August is all alone, with nothing but his books and imagination. If there's any type of person who'd live off of wine, it'd be him. It's a lonely life being a writer. It really is. You pour so much emotion into it that you almost run out. Everyone thinks you're giving them the cold shoulder, but you're not. Writing is art. Nobody questions the secluded painter, you know.
Thank Glue Glue for
The second you close yourself off to write, you're troubled. So many people see it as a joke of a career choice. I almost let that get me down when I was younger. They told me that a writer could never make a decent living. I could have easily given up. But instead, I created a legacy.
Oh. He lets out a loud sigh.
And that's what scares me. Even when I give up the swindling life, that won't be enough. Everyone will remember me for who I was, not who I am. And let's be honest, I'm not one of the good guys. I stole secrets, sold them, and ruined people's lives. Look what I did to the rebellion. That's unforgivable.
He looks away from me and shakes his head.
I think I might die during the attack, Monarch. There's no place for me in your new peaceful world. Even if I change, the harm I did will always haunt me.
He steps forward and wraps his arm around me.
I know we want to be together, but it's difficult. You don't understand how many people I've wronged in the past. If they seek revenge, they might just target the people I love. And I don't want you to get hurt just because I was a bad person. I could turn a new leaf, but that doesn't mean my enemies will too. If we're together, you might always be a target.
Oh.
It makes me scared.
Oh, he's scared. He cares about me. Smile and returns a hug. So what if Spro enemies will give us hell? If the rulers of the world can take us down, how could anyone else? I know he's panicking, so I softly run my hands through his hair. We're in this together. We don't run away when things get difficult. We stand strong and on it as a team. That's what I truly want.
Together?
Yes. Until the end.
I just fear that the end is closer than we think.
Hello, heroes.
If this could be our last night together, what do I do? How do I press forward knowing that we might lose each other?
This could be our last moment together, then we make it count. I step forward and gently push Pro against the wall behind him. He blushes and looks around the room, embarrassed.
Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to rush anything. I've never really done this with anyone before.
It's okay, heroes. I don't think it's rushing. It's seizing the moment. Especially given the fact that this could be the end. No, more than ever. We should do what we want.
You're right. I want this.
He gulps, nervous.
And if we both survive, you'll still want me? We can put the past behind us and tackle the future? I've done a lot, you know, so your forgiveness means...
After a quick nod, I press my lips against his. Oh. Keeping him pressed against the wall, we continue to kiss. After pledging myself to him, we gave each other a night to remember. Oh. So let's see what Vanessa has to say. We didn't complete the loyalty, so as for them, I want to try Vanessa. I don't have Vanessa. Yes, I don't have Vanessa because I didn't complete the loyalty scene. So we're gonna check for them and then we'll finish with Damek. Knock sounds at my door and I open it without hesitation. Fortem is there. He looks a bit upset, so I invite him inside. Looking around the room, he lets out a loud and anxious sigh.
I'm gonna be honest, Monarch. I'm scared. Terrified. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, climbing the Triumvirate's castle? That's insane. Not to mention that the entire battle hinges on my success. I have those metallic claws, but I don't know how much that'll help. Their castle is probably made of stone, like this library is.
He starts pacing around the room with extreme worry.
What if I fall? What if I get shot by an arrow? If anything gets in the way, I might not be able to do this. I require extreme focus, you know. This is too much.
I can imagine that climbing during a battle is hard. Oh, mama. Oh my god. Thanks, Chloe, for the biddies. Normally, the only danger I have to worry about is falling off. But during this, it'd be a huge target for any archers nearby.
Sorry to come here and panic like this. It could end up being our last night together after all. There are probably way better ways to spend it than this.
He stops pacing around and stops right in front of me. Taking slow breath, I can tell he's trying to calm down. I let him have his time and he's back to normal pretty fast.
You know, I've been thinking about what I should do after the war. And I think I want to move to Museo. I want to help the nation reform. It's been hurt so much, even by our parents. It deserves happiness. Valessa has her calling as the next elder of Valenorth. I'd be your scribe, if visions weren't becoming a thing of the past. At the end of the day, it seems like the smartest choice for me to make.
Yes, Flash on, we're in Balteos.
That is, if I don't die during the battle tomorrow. I know what you're gonna say. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I wish that were true. But it's not. We need to be realistic here. There's a chance that we could lose this war tomorrow. There's a chance that all of us could die. A really big chance. We're not immortal. We need to face the facts, not live in denial. They're all out here in the atrium with so much confidence. But I know that deep down inside, they're scared too. We all have something we're afraid of, you know?
He stepped forward and wrapped his arm around me. Oh. I can feel him tremble out on the hug with a tight squeeze.
You know, it's not death that scares me, Monarch. It's the thought of never seeing you again that pains my heart. I don't want to lose you. I've never been so scared in my life.
I tell him that I'm not planning on going anywhere. There's a war we can settle down together and be happy.
You can't be certain of that, though. Just like I can't be certain that I'll survive. All we can do is try, and hope for the best. So, promise me one thing. No heroics, okay? No grand acts of sacrifice. No trading your life. This world needs you after the war. I need you.
He starts shaking less and we break the hug. But I agree and tell him I'll try my best to comply.
The thought of a world without you is almost too much to bear. I love you. I'll always love you. I just hope we get a happy ending.
Yes, me too.
After all we've been through, I think we deserve it. Don't you?
Yeah. I nod and tell him that I love him too. A smile appears on his face and immediately calms down. I don't want to lose him either. I'm filled with all of the same frights.
I guess we'll find all of this out in a few hours anyway, right? It's almost sunrise, and the battle shouldn't be too long. Let's change the subject. I've worried enough.
He strikes a thinking pose and remains silent for a few moments.
Oh, here we go! If we win, we'll have a huge party. A party that the world will talk about forever.
Yeah.
We can give everybody Mazayan apples.
Apples. Smile, being happy that he's happy. I tell him that we have the biggest party the world has ever seen. And if we try our best and work together, we'll win this battle with ease.
Sweet! Then I can't wait. I'll let you get back to what you were doing, Monarch. This isn't goodbye after all. We'll be seeing each other again for sure.
Yeah, pretty sure our path will cross again. He leaves my room with a smile, a direct counterpoint to how he entered. That brings me a sense of ease. We needed to have a clear head right now. It's almost time for the attack. I should make wise use of the time I have left. He's gonna quick save and also. So here, 14 is done. So we're gonna finish with Damek here. Yeah, some time with Damek. And but Damek over to my private room and he looks around, astonished. Even though he's seen it before, he asks if it's the first time. I don't blame him. This room surely is a sight to behold.
What a sight, Monarch. I assume this is where Algius would normally sleep. But he's not going anywhere in his current state. I talked to him for a while and he seems unstable. Years of serving the Triumvirate will do that to you, I guess. Even after I told him what Hal was, he still lives in ignorance. Well, maybe ignorance isn't the right word. He knows what the Triumvirate is and still chooses to serve them. You know, I wonder how the people will react when they find out. Algus knows and chose not to rebel or fight back.
Thanks, Chloe, for the BDs.
Maybe our victory here will be just the start of another battle. Not literally, of course, but we'll fight to show everyone the truth.
He shifts, almost like he's feeling a bit uncomfortable.
I have to ask you something, though. If the people don't respect your rule, what will you do? Will you work hard to earn it? Or will you demand it through fear?
Okay, we have choice here. I'd work hard and here it's the right way. I think every good ruler needs to do a mix of both. I need it through fear, but one dare oppose me. Oh my god. With fear. Can we have some election, please? Yeah, I don't want to be king. So I will try to earn it, or I will resign, I guess.
Good. That's what I like to hear. We can't resort to methods used by our enemy.
No.
If we did that, then nothing would change in the end.
Exactly. We don't want to become our own enemies. I'm afraid that time loop is that, in the end. If we break the idol, the cycle will start again and again and again. I'm not sure what the idol is. I'm very confused and concerned about that.
Don't go down in history as a pushover. Even the best ruler needs to put their foot down. You know. Trying to give everybody what they want would just drive you mad.
Yes, I know. He shrugs, realizing it's probably a good idea to change the subject. We need to secure victory before deciding what we do with it. It's clear that he wants to avoid talking about the upcoming battle.
It just makes me wonder who the Triumvirate really is. They aren't gods. I doubt they made the Blade of Exodus. There's a chance that they're just like us, using power to achieve their goals. And they say that power corrupts. You've heard that, right?
Yes, it was in the vision.
What if they were just like us in the past? What'll happen next? Will we just go on to become tyrants that the people despise?
Yeah, but I'm very afraid of that. Shake my head. We will not stoop so low.
Nobody starts their journey at the peak power, Monarch.
Of course.
The Triumvirate wasn't born into this role. They fought for it. It's even likely they took down foes of their own too.
Yeah, it's just we're not ourselves a Triumvirate after that game.
But what foe would that be? And what was their goal?
Ourselves.
What I'm trying to say is, I think the blade should be destroyed. Once we achieve our goal, we have no use for it anymore, right? If you keep it, you risk relying on its power. And I don't want to see what that does to you, Monarch. Not if it's even anything close to what it's done to our enemies. I don't see any reason to keep it around after the war is over. So tell me, if you get the chance to destroy it, will you?
Yeah, it should not be in... Hello, Chaotic Alex. I don't think it should be in any hand, of course. I've planned to do that all along.
Good. There's no place for a weapon like that in this world. I feel like whoever wields it will be led down a dark path.
That weapon is the key of
everything. I hate to see that happen to you. I really would.
I'm fine, Chaotic. Looks away from me, sad.
I just want to know what kind of hands the world will be left in. I'm just asking you these questions because I'm scared, you know? I might not survive the battle. I might not live to see your reign.
That much was true. Even my survival wasn't guaranteed.
I'd hate to lose each other, after how far we've come. But we're about to fight the Triumvirate, so it's a real possibility. All we really can do is launch the final attack with no regrets at all. And now I have my fair share of regrets, that much is certain. But with your help, I'd like to put some of them to rest. I wanted to do so back in Alarinthia, but I was scared.
Back in Alarinthia? What does he mean?
You know that I have this fear of physical contact. When I saw everybody on the dance floor, I got jealous.
I will
seemed
try
so easy,
Siberian.
so natural for them. Why couldn't I do that? They all look so happy together. It was simply magical, and here I am, scared. I'm denying myself the pleasure of that magic. If I keep doing that, I told myself, I'd die before I got the chance to feel it. But I want to feel it, Monarch. I want it more than anything. Why does the simple thought of it make me shake in fear? What did I do to deserve this? Why can't I be happy like them?
Tell him that he can. He just needs to be brave enough. There may be not any music here, but I allowed my hands. Ask him if he's willing to try, just once, before the end of it all. He looks down off his own hands and I see them tremble. I know he's scared. I tell him that I'm terrified as well. We could die without ever knowing each other touch.
You're right. I could never live with myself if that happened. I want to know what it feels like, just in case I never get the chance again. So, here we are, back in Alarinthia. That music playing in our ears.
I smile with a nod as he places his hands in mine. He's shaking and scared. His eyes tear up, but he's smiling. Without saying a word, I pull him close and hold him tight. I let him tame his emotions on his own. It takes a while, but this shaking slowly subsides. He's crying, but I can tell that he's not out of fright. We sway from side to side, half is where we're dancing. Our bodies are in sync with a melody that never on earth can hear. It's a beautiful moment, and it belongs to the two of us, as it will forever.
I love you.
Damek sniffles and rests his head against my shoulder. I say that I love him too and hold him even closer to my body. We stay like this until he's ready to leave. I've never seen him so happy. If he survives, then we spend our lives together in a similar happiness. This is a pledge I make to him as I see him off to prepare for the end. So we did all the scenes here, so we can go further. Would like to end the journey? No, I'm gonna save. No, not this save. This one here. Okay, so that's a good sign here. See, purity rises from 50 to 60. Corruption to lower to 30. So that's good. Not perfect, but that's good. Let's see how far we are from the end. Let's end this journey. I descend the stairs of the Grand Library, the crisp Baltian air assaulting me. I shiver and stand in disbelief at how inviting this city seems to be. If this is where I'd sit in the throne, we'd need to change a lot. Looking around the area, it appears that everybody is here. Try to take a head count just to make sure that's correct. This was the final attack. We needed all of our might. I see Damek shaking hands with the credit seers. Good. They helped us secure the library and survive. There will be a valuable asset in holding the town square. It was nice to see their full potential finally realized. Using their visions, they outsmarted an entire horde of enemies. It was in this exact moment that I knew I made the right choice. When I make it to the bottom of the stairs, Damek waves me over. Our forces run around, seemingly taking on an infinite number of tasks. Everybody is doing something. It made everything seem more final. I could tell that this was the last time I'd see a lot of these people. There was no way we'd make it through this without any casualties. Trying to turn out the final preparation, I make my way to Damek.
Good to see you, Monarch. I'm afraid there isn't much time to talk. We can't deny it. The attack has begun. The Honor Guard should realize that we're here momentarily. After that, this area and the town square will be a war zone. Anybody who has an objective elsewhere should be leaving.
Just as he says that, Pro walks by. Damek calls out his name and he quickly run over. That's right, you must task it with causing a destruction in the castle.
Hey, Damek, I was just about to leave.
And you have everything you need?
Yes, of course. You know me. I'd never forget anything. You're in for the distraction of a lifetime, Monarch.
He smirks at me, a confident, cocky smirk. He followed through when I find no resistance. It should be smooth sailing when we get to the castle.
Hey, Pro. Before you go.
He holds out his hand and it murmurs softly.
It's been an honor serving with you. I hope I see you again after this is over.
Shakes Damek's hand with a firm grip.
Trust me, the pleasure has been all mine. And I don't plan on dying. Too much riding to do.
The handshake is broken and they give each other uneasy smiles. The kind of smile that acknowledges they may never see each other again. And soon after that, Pro is on his way, off to face his fate directly and unafraid.
I guess you should get going too, Monarch. Don't worry, I have more protection than I'll ever need. Our rebel forces, the created seers, and the Draconic army. No matter what they throw at us, we'll be able to handle it. The true deciding factor in all of this is you and that blade. Be careful, rely on your comrades, and you'll win this for sure.
He places a hand on my shoulder.
I know you can do this. Now we just need to cause a distraction. All those suits should be focusing on me. If all goes as planned, you should find minimal resistance. Save your strength for the triumvirate. I think you'll need it. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'll have Hal by my side.
He looks around, confusion worn on his face.
Speaking of which, where is he? He should have been out here ages ago.
Before I can even respond, I hear a loud cracking noise. Turning to see the source, I see the door to the library smashed open. Algus is shoved through, landing face first on the stone, still laid up. Smoke billows out of the open door as Holt exits the library. Algus struggles on the ground, screaming like some sort of insect. A blaze as bright as the sun itself makes Holt look like a silhouette.
Hal, what are you doing?
Upon hearing Damek, he steps forward and grabs Algus by the ear. Rising him to his knees, he looks down in horror at massive army. It was almost as if in that moment he knew that he was on the wrong side.
We've come here to destroy the Triumvirate and all that they stand for. Don't tell us you're backing down now that the moment is upon us.
The holster in a way at all pulls out a dagger and hold it in his free hand. The smoke and the bright illumination reveal to us one frightening fact. All had torches inside, burning the books and his sculpture.
No, of course not. I would never give up when we're so close. Come down here, Howl. Explain yourself.
Howl shakes his head, disobeying Damek's order. Running the dagger along Algus' throat, then he kicks him down the stairs. A thread of blood follows him all the way down, steaming against the cold snow.
The monarchy is dead, Damek. Do not cling to memories
Thanks for
like
the BTs,
us.
Crowy. He slowly descends the stairs, the crimson dagger dripping blood. As the flames shoot out the front door, Howl's face is finally lit up. It appears devoid of all feeling, even after what he had done.
Howl, stand down.
Damek immediately draws his sword, holding it towards. Hey, don't fight!
Stand down. All we've done is carry out our orders. Kill the Triumvirate and their supporters, correct? As their servant, Algus deserves the same fate.
That makes arms tremble, realizing all was right.
And we needed a beacon to lure the honor guard to the square. A beacon that no matter how hard they try, they cannot put out. Burning the library made sense. They are not permitted inside.
Ah, yeah, that's very smart.
Do not mourn for what has already been lost, Damek. The honor guard will be here in just a few moments. Preparing your army would be a much better action.
All throws dagger onto the ground.
The battle for Alestia has begun.
God. Damek lowers his sword, letting out the loot side. All was right. Algus served the enemy, making me an enemy. And the beacon was paramount to our success. It could not be put out.
I don't believe this.
I'll finally make it to our location and it stands beside us. He shrugs, almost like this isn't a big deal at all.
Drastic measures must be taken in order to ensure our victory. The righting of a long-dead culture is a small price to pay. You should be on your way, Monarch. The time is now.
He's right. I had to make my way to the castle. If I use the mountain pass, I should find little resistance. Every suit of armor will soon be on their way to the library.
Do not forget Sovi, either. He volunteered to accompany your group. Make use of the knowledge he has on Baltius.
Okay. I know it was happening so fast, but I could waste no time. We knew it was coming. We knew we have to take action. I start to walk away, but Damek calls out to me a moment later.
Hey, be careful, okay? I want to see you there when we regroup in the atrium. If all goes as planned, you'll be seeing me there too.
Okay. I smile and nod. That will have to suffice as a goodbye. After I've gathered up Valessa, Ulrich, Fortem, and Sovi, we head out. If we hurried, we could get through the stone square before the suits came. In our haste, we say almost no words to one another. There was a silent agreement that the task at hand was more important. In knowing that any word could be our last, silence seemed more appropriate. Ali knelt before his master, more eager to serve than he had ever been before. He looked up at them, awaiting their orders, perhaps the final orders they'd give. It would be up to him to lead the honor guard and ensure their victory today.
Right, Halen. It seems they seek to deceive us. But it's nothing we haven't seen before.
Deception? That seems to be their strength. What will you have me do, masters?
Man the atrium. Stay in the castle. We shall let them exhaust their forces for now. When they come here, you can finish them off.
You mean to fall into their trap?
Doing so would make it our trap, Halen. Besides, their deaths will feed the blade even more. We need it as strong as possible when it is brought back to us.
For what reason?
Do you doubt us?
No, of course not. I was merely curious, that's all.
Then your curiosity will have to linger. You have your orders, Halen. Now seek them out.
I honor it, but for what side?
Yes, whatever you say. When they arrive in the atrium, consider them dead. I will paint the walls with their blood, or else besmirch them with my own.
Thank you, Halen. Now be on your way. We will send the honor guard to the town square to weaken them. There is no time to waste. The end of everything is upon us.
Without a word, Alin is off on his way. In this moment, he truly became the Grand Inquisitor. Last line of defense between the Triumvirate and the weak insurrection.
The end? Or perhaps another new beginning. Steel yourselves, brothers. You know what's coming.
They all look at each other and nod. For the first time in ages, dope fills their chambers. Thankfully, nobody was there to witness such a fault. Pro enters the triumvirate castle, careful not to gather unwanted attention. The staircase in the middle is one that led up to their chambers for sure. This means he have to lure the honor guard off to the left or right side. Paths on either side of the stairs lead to other sections of the castle. If he had to guess, he'd say that they led to living quarters or practice rooms. Much to his luck, a horde of honor guard was gathered at the base of the stairs.
Alright. How can I lure them away? Think, Pro, think. You can do this.
He examines the area, noticing large metallic stands holding lit candles. That would be sure to cause a distraction, but how would he use it? His eyes are drawn to large stained glass windows lining the hall.
That'll have to do. Hopefully the Monarch isn't too far away. I won't be able to keep them occupied forever.
Pro grabs one of the metallic stands and shakes off the candle. It falls onto the ground, the wax shattering in almost every direction. Wasting no time, he causes as big of a commotion as he can.
Hey! Over here!
He shatters one of the windows by thrusting the candle holder through it. The honor guard looks over and immediately begins walking toward Pro. With a quick smirk, he laughs at how easily he was able to carry out his goal.
Perfect. Now just to make a trail. Come on! Don't let me get away!
He runs down the hallway, shattering window after window. A thread of broken glass he left behind for the suits to follow after. However, he moves slow on purpose, keeping an eye on the horde. Old and Damek stand side by side in the town square of Balteus. They can hear the sound of the honor guard marching to their location. Echoes of steel grating against steel assault their ears as they wait.
How many do you think there are?
Not enough.
Well, at least you're confident.
Damek brushes some ash off of his shoulder. Remnant of the books from the library fills the air. From behind, one of their allies stepped forward.
They're almost here. I can tell. Be on your guard. I'll have my men protect you.
Yes, of course, I appreciate it. I'll be watching their backs as well.
No, all three of them were standing side by side. The footsteps of the honor guard got louder and louder. They stepped in unison, sounding like a heart that beat too fast.
Reminds me of those drums in the Colosseum. Every time they played, I knew that death would follow. Let's hope that it does, but not for any of us.
If we are in danger, do not come to our aid. Especially if it would endanger the lives of others. Remember, by all accounts, we are already dead.
Vivian shakes his head.
No matter what you say, you're an ally. And believe it or not, I prefer to keep those alive. As long as you breathe, you're living and of use.
As they talk, the first of the honor guard comes into view. One stood in front of the rest, as if assigning themselves the role of leader. It was odd. They all thought that such mindless suits had a sense of hierarchy. However, there was no time to think about such trivial things. Mere moment later, the rest of the suits gathered behind their leader. On the other side of the town square, it seemed like thousands had arrived.
It appears that we may be outnumbered. But remember, those things aren't known for their smarts. Each one of us could easily take down 100 or more.
Let's hope that you're correct.
Damek gulps and draws his sword. Everybody behind him does the same and the sun fills the town square. Even from the opposite side, all they can hear is the infighting of blades. But when everybody is armed, nothing happens. They stand on opposite sides, both forces staring at each other. Damek looks left and right to his ally before speaking out.
It appears they want us to make the first move. Probably so they can counter. That makes it easier. Just anticipate it, and come up with a counter of your own.
Even after instruction, nobody makes a move. The ash in the air thickens, remnants of the monarchy showering over them. Damek takes a few steps forward and holds his sword up in the air.
We fight to liberate those stuck under the Triumvirate's thumb, in the name of all those who have fallen, and all those who will come. A new future will dawn here today, one of happiness and peace for all.
Soldiers cheers, holding their sword up in the air as well. But soon after, they all fall back down, resting in a fighting position. Damek says nothing, simply holding his sword towards the enemy. And that was enough to spring the army into action. Charging towards the honor guard, steel soon clashes against steel. Screams fill the town square as both sides meet and clash in the middle. Thanks, Growy. Damek and Hall remain behind everybody watching the initial charge. They wait for an ample opening and join their army at the right time. Hall places a hand on Damek's shoulder and gives him a soft nod.
Damek, it is time.
In response, he gulps and looks up at Hall.
Yeah. This is it.
Catch a bunch of falling ash in his hand. After looking at it for a moment, he crushed it in a fist.
Charge!
And mere seconds later, they were lost in the crowd. We arrive at what seems to be the summit of the mountain pass. Though we took the long way around, I could still hear the fighting in Balteos. Swords clashing against swords, and the screaming of agony found only in war. We all spread out as soon as we arrived in the same spot. I was a bit ahead of everyone else, so I let them catch up. When they do, Sobi decided to approach me for a chat.
We're almost there. It won't be much longer. As soon as we turn the next corner, you'll see the castle. This is probably the best place for Fortem to leave our side. I know his task is dangerous, but I'm sure he'll be fine. I've heard nothing but good things about his ability to climb. I'm more worried about what will happen to us in the castle.
I shrugged. There was really no way to know. Furry Pro was able to cause his destruction.
I normally hate relying on others, you know. In a bind, I can only really count on my own skills. But you and your friends have started to change my mind. We're pressed for time, so I won't draw this out any longer. Just know that I'll have your back in there, as I'm sure you'll have mine. If we make it through this unscathed, I'll know it was a team effort.
I nod as Sobi turns away and starts to look around the area. It appears like he's been here before and finds great comfort in it. A few seconds later, my attention is diverted toward an ecstatic Fortem.
Whoa, this is so cool! That statue! I've never seen anything like it. Ulrich, what is it? Do you have any idea?
Eric turns to face the large, intimidating statue.
Yeah, Alestia wasn't always fully mapped out. This is an artist's depiction of the Draconic people. At least, a depiction made in fright during First Contact.
First Contact?
Imagine being the first mainlander to arrive in Alarinthia. The people there reacted with hostility, attacking almost instantly. He was an unlucky man, and he fled almost as quickly as he got there.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. When he got back to Museo, he told everyone his story. But his account wasn't right. Fear can warp anything you see. Even when he was proven wrong, the design still stuck. They're often used to scare away potential visitors, so it makes perfect sense that there be one in a place like this. It's guarding a shortcut that leads right to the Triumvirate's home.
Well, it's not gonna scare me away. I have the most important task of all.
Eric nods as Fortem quickly walks over toward me. I can tell he's frightened, but he looks hopeful as well.
I promise you, I'll make it through this. You better be in that atrium waiting for me. No way we're failing now. This is the end.
I nod, and a moment later we're locked in a tight embrace.
Never forget that I love you, Monarch.
Oh.
Even if all else seems lost, that will never change. Whatever happens next, we'll handle it as a team.
We kiss perhaps for the last time.
Well, I guess I should get going. I need to take a different path than the rest of you. I'm not used to being on my own, but I'll manage.
Before he heads out, he hugs Vanessa. They share a few words together and then he's off on his way. His path will lead to the tower, while ours will lead directly inside.
I guess we should go too. The sound of all that fighting is really scaring me. One side has to be winning, but which one is it?
It's best not to pay it any mind. We have our own task, Valessa.
Right, of course. Wanna lead the way?
He nods and then starts walking away from us. We gather together and follow him close behind.
We're going to win this. I can feel it.
I pray with every fiber of my being that she's right. After what seems like an eternity, the Triumvirate Castle comes into view. I've never been more terrified in my life. The end was finally within reach. The castle looks just as corrupt and decaying as everything else. Almost even more so, like it could be the source of all this death. As we get closer, I look all over the exterior. Then I see Fortem. He's climbing the tower just as directed. It's a sight to behold. Could we get to that bell tower, then the war will surely be ours. But I see him struggling. This castle was clearly his hardest climb. With no safety nets, any slip-up would be fatal. I try not to think about it as we arrive at the bridge to the castle. Much to our dismay, the bridge is completely covered in suits of armor. They turn to face us as soon as we approach. A few seconds later, they start to march towards us. They're slow. Our presence took some time to register. Normally I'd be confident, these things are easy to slay. But it was a veritable horde, hundreds, maybe even 1,000. Must have been another group en route to the burning Run Library.
Stay behind me. We can use this bridge to our benefit. They can't get around us or sneak out from behind. It's almost like a funnel. This should be easy.
Me and Vanessa give Ulrich a firm nod. Sobi stands by his side. A moment later, in perfect unison, they both charge into the crowd. The Honor Guard stood no chance, not against two former Grand Inquisitors. The suits start to crumble and fall as they fight across the bridge. Ulrich's great sword and Sobi's first kills almost 10 or more each second. However, as I look to the back, I notice a bunch of suits have bows. I shout out to Ulrich and Sobi, letting them know of the danger.
I know, but don't worry, these things have bad aim. Just grab one of those suits and use them as a shield. They'll wear out their numbers by killing their own.
I suppose that's a good strategy. After I initiate the Blade of Exodus, I step forward. My goal is to find a good opening so I can hop in and assist them. But no such opening comes. They slay with unmatched expertise. The two fight side by side as if they're one entity. Perfect synergy. Me and Vanessa notice the archers at the back prepare to shoot.
Quick! Grab one!
We both rush forward and each disarm one of the enemies. With no means to fight us back, we hold them in place. Any arrows coming our way will hit them first. A perfect plan. If that's actually what the archers were planning. Much to our shock, as the chaos on the bridge unfolds, they turn around. They are no longer aiming in your direction. They are aiming straight for Fortem.
Fortem! Look out!
Air cores fall upon deaf ears. He was too far away to hear. There was no way for any of us to prevent what happened next. They let the arrows fly, some miss, but one pierces Fortem's side. He immediately starts to lose his grip and it appears that he may fall off. There's nothing we could do. We can't call out to him or get up there to help. I have to do something quickly. We're preparing to shoot at him again.
Like, run along the side of the bridge. It should be wide enough to use as a path. Get back there and take out those archers.
I don't take her suggestion to heart. I have my own idea. Running forward and pushing Ulrich and Sophie out of the way, I ready my sword. They'd pay for it, my friend. Every single one of them would pay. I thrust the blade through one of the suit, then look over at Fortem. He looks so weak and delirious. Moments later, he falls from the tower. That sight alone is enough to fill me with more rage than I ever felt before. Activating the blade, that familiar flash of white light blinds all of us. I can hear my lights trailing as they're still fighting wild, blinded. But a few seconds later, I hear nothing but the shattering of every suit of armor. As the light subsides, we are greeted to the sight of victory. Every member of the honor guard of the bridge was dead. I absorbed them into the blade, making it even stronger.
Huh?
Monarch, did you do that?
I nod. I tell them I use the emotion inside of me of a catalyst. The emotion from seeing Fortem fall, perhaps to his death. As we glance over to the tower though, I see that I was wrong. He holds on the edge of the window and struggles to climb inside. So he wanted to drop, to fall to a window and get inside to safety. I can see that his clothes are covered in blood from the arrow wound. Eventually he makes it inside and we all relieved. For a few seconds there, it seemed like all hope was lost.
Thanks for stepping in like that. My sword arm was starting to get a little tired. Come on, let's get going. We don't have much time.
Me, Sophie and Ulrich smile at one another. Melissa, however, has a look of shock on her face.
Oh no.
We turn to face the same direction as her. She's looking back, towards the stone square and the bulk of the battle. Another horde is marching in our direction, likely attracted by the light.
Just our luck.
We all ready our weapons. We watch them walk towards us in unison. And Unis fills the air. I duped I could deactivate all of them. I only did that thanks to the surge of emotion from seeing Fortem shot. It wouldn't be right for me to rely on something like that yet again. Part of me wonders if we should flee inside and fight them off in the castle. But we have no idea what awaited us inside, or if his probe was even successful. Baleza steps forward, standing in front of us. She trembles, perhaps terrified of what's to come.
You need to go.
What are you talking about?
I said you need to go. Get inside the castle. Help Fortem kill the Triumvirate. Just do it. Let me keep them occupied. I'll fight them off.
Valessa, that's suicide.
We don't have any other option. The Monarch needs you and Ulrich.
No, I'll stay and fight. I know how those things work.
This isn't up for debate. You need to go. Now.
Bonne nuit, Siberian. Good night, maman. Sophie backs down, realizing there's no point. Each second needed to be filled with action, not inaction. If we wasted time, we'd just hand victory over to the enemy. Balista crouches down and picks up an enemy sword. He swings it a few times, testing its weight, and then nods. My mind tells me to talk her out of this, but I say nothing. If he shot hard enough, she'd be able to survive. Both suits are weak and mindless. I feel like she'd be okay. I justify her choice in my mind, perhaps because I know it's inevitable. She wraps her arms around me and gives me a tight hug. I know that this may be the last time that we see each other and it hurts. We've come so far since our time in Valley North, and changed so much.
Thanks for everything you've done, Monarch.
They are to stay safe and survive. A moment later, the tight hug is broken.
Oh, is that an order?
Yeah.
Then I guess I have no choice. I've never disobeyed, and I'm not about to start. I'll meet you in the atrium, after Fortum rings that bell.
And a moment later, we're both off in opposite directions. But as we head towards the castle, I can't help but look back. I'm both worried and hopeful, and both sides are at war. I see her charge in the crowd, holding out sword. She starts swinging it, taking out a ton of suits with her strength. They fall apart and hit the ground with loads. She was doing this.
Come on! I could do this all day!
With a smirk on my face, I realize that a victory is clear. However, a moment later, I'm shocked at my arrogance. Not like before, the rear of the horde readies some bows. I had to warn her. I shoot out and start to run toward her. However, Uri grabs my arm, stopping me.
We need to get inside, Monarch. There's no time to waste. You have to trust her. She volunteered for this. She knows what she's doing.
I struggle some more, but his grip is far too strong. I yield and follow Ulrich into the castle, still looking back. The next thing I see will forever be etched into my mind. The archers let their arrows loose and several hit Valissa. She screams and stumbles back, blood marring her outfit. But she doesn't give up, keeps fighting with all of her might. They let their arrows loose again, and she pierced even further. Nobody will survive those blows, but she fights on with determination. A pool of blood gathers beneath her, and that's the last thing I see. She may continue fighting and buying time, but those wounds were fatal. We retreat fully into the castle, and the gruesome scene is soon out of view. Anger wells up within me. Whoever opposes me next, I surely pitied them. Eventually, Pro path leads him to a massive dining hall. However, much to his surprise, it also doubles as a dead end. He examines his surroundings, looking for somewhere to escape.
Damn it! There's nowhere to go.
With each passing seconds on our guard grows closer. In a panic, Pro grabs a couple's knives from the table. Daggers. He hadn't planned to fight, but it appears that he had no choice. The windows here were iron bars rather than stained glass. It almost makes it seem as this room is a prison. Oh, fitting. He takes a deep breath and waits for the suits to enter the room. But when they do, he's shocked. There's far more than before, as he has gathered several horses following him in pursuit. Both a bad sign and a good sign. His distraction already worked.
Is that all you could bring? I thought you'd be giving me a challenge.
He jumps onto the table, giving him a weight advantage. As the honor guard starts to climb up, he picks them off one by one. It was no problem, he just kept this up until all of them were dead. But they keep pouring into the room, and armor covers the table and floor. They're coming too fast, he can no longer fight them one by one. He climbs the table and he suddenly fights 3 at the same time. He starts to tire, his limbs growing weak from all the fighting. But still he doesn't stop. He never gave up without winning. Don't accept defeat until the very end. Every gambler's rule. As agile as he was dexterous, fighting with daggers was second nature. But he needed more than that, and at this rate, he needed more some range. As the suits fall, he grabs one of their long swords to use.
Come on! Give up already! It's over!
Hello, Joshua. It seems that they too followed the rule of never accepting defeat. Sword clash as Pro is soon reset from every possible angle. A blade grazes his shoulder and blood drips down his clothing. This just urged him to fight on even further. However, the horde never seems to go down in numbers. They run into the dining hall faster than he can take them out. Soon enough, they're absolutely nowhere to go. But even as hope starts to dissipate, Pro doesn't give up. He continues fighting until the floor is a sea full of pieces of armor.
If I'm going down, then I'm taking all of you with me. Let's give those historians something to write about.
A sword is plunging through his shoulder and he stumbles back, crying. Gritting his teeth, he pulls it out and starts using two swords simultaneously. As if they were an extension of his body, he fights with immense grace. The wound is pouring blood and starts to get light-headed. Shaking his head, he tries to snap himself back into condition. But a moment later, a sword is violently thrust into his side. He lets out a loud battle cry, a sort of scream, and keeps fighting on. But as made evident by his weaker swings, his time was limited.
Don't accept defeat.
He fights, almost delirious from blood loss. In a last-ditch effort to survive, he jumps off the table. If he could just fight his way to the exit, he'd survive. A fantasy broke on by his deluded state, no doubt. He wouldn't have walked before, and he wouldn't walk now. The white suits of armor on the ground are crimson with his blood. Moments later, something surprising happens. The Norgard spreads out, almost like they're retreating. He falls to his knees, curious at what's going on in their minds. They sheathe their blades as Pro kneels in a puddle of his own blood. So that's what it was, an admission of victory and their opponent's death. He cries and tries to repeat himself once more, as if it's sort of mantra.
Don't accept.
He falls down on his side, crying and bleeding out on the floor. Don't accept defeat, at least not until the very end. Unfortunately for him, it seemed like this was it.
Monarch, I'm sorry.
In his final moments, he confronted himself with warm thought. Though as warm as a pool of blood, but now is covered the floor. He passed on with a smile, finding happiness in the success of his task. All is completely surrounded, fighting to the best of his efforts. A one-on-one fight would be no problem, but this was too much. In total, there must be tens of thousands of honor guard here. Fighting with his fist, he punched the suits of armor into pieces. He preferred to use his own body as a weapon, rather than anything else. Other people fought with the extension of their body, but he needed none of that. One thing was for sure, he couldn't keep this up forever. With the power of the monarch absorbed, he was mortal and vulnerable. However, he used the sense of dread in order to fight with more determination. Damek was nowhere to be seen, but all up, he was still alive. There were so many suits of armor that it was impossible to keep track. And one stray arrow, one thrown dagger, or one sneak attack, and it was over. As he punched through the suits of armor, he finally saw an ally. Changing the direction of the assault, he forked his way toward them. Greeting him with a smile, he was relieved to see a friendly face once again.
Hal, watch out!
Vivian jumps behind Hall, taking out a suit while was sneaking up on him. Thanking his ally, Hall responded by doing the same, but beyond Vivian. No matter where they stood, there was always an enemy in pursuit. Arrows fly overhead every few seconds. The enemy archers were skilled. Hall couldn't see, but he knew that those arrows hit home on his allies. But with his back pressed against Vivian, their rays are finally...
Vivian, status report. How are your men doing?
Not good, last time I checked. There's just too many of them, Howl. All we can do is wait for that bell to ring.
And if it doesn't?
Vivian lunged forward, sticking out several suits of armor. Then a moment later, he pressed his back against All again.
And this is it for us.
The despair in his voice was clear. He could keep fighting, but things were looking bad. Even if each man killed another suit, they'd still be outnumbered. All shakes his head, freeing himself from the onslaught of ash. The library still ablaze, remnants of the monarchy upon them. The North Guard seemed impeded by this, but not the rebellion. It was almost as if, when the suits fought together, they shared one mind. This caused them to be weak on their own, but formidable as a group. However, it meant that the more they killed, the weaker the enemy became.
Vivian, do not give up so easily. You are set to rule the strongest nation in the world. We cannot have you return home with stories of lost hope.
As they talk, they keep fighting. The enemy never lets up for a second.
Then we better find it again. And fast!
Arrows fly through the air once more and screams fill the air. They knew their forces were dying. The suits had no need to scream. All wasn't even sure if they felt pain or fear their own demise. And he wondered if those things would be a weakness or a strength. His knuckles become bloody and cracked as they fight for their lives. They continued to protect each other, fighting as they were one body.
We need to change up our strategy. If we don't, then they'll outsmart us.
Vivian didn't respond.
Vivian?
Vivian shakes his head, panting heavily.
Sorry. It's just taking a lot out of me. I think I need to get back to the library.
Will you be okay on your own?
Yeah, I'll be fine. Will you?
Yeah, go now, while you have an opening. We will continue to fight them off.
Vivian nods and then runs towards the library. Soon enough, it disappears into the crowd of suits. All's back is vulnerable once more, but he still fights. All he can do is face the enemy and his fate, head on. Charging into the crowd with a scream, rage wells up within him. There are no allies to be seen, just target after target, waiting to be killed. And that's what happened next. He shatters the enemies like quick glass. They fall to the ground, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. He had killed more than his fair share, and still went on. Eventually a barrage of arrows assaults him. Piercing through his torso, it goes into grant immense pain. He does his best to shake it off, but it's almost too much to bear. Now that the excess spirits were removed from his body, he was mortal. Because of that, he lets the arrows stay inside of his body. Putting them out would be nothing short of a death sentence. But so too, he was rushing headfirst into a herd of both suits. All of a sudden, it's harder for him to keep track of everything happening. Confusion sets in and starts longing for his ally to return and help him. But even if they did come back, they would arrive a moment too late. He turns around looking for more enemies, and one is right there. They thrust their longer sword deep in his gut, and he stumbles back. But then he quickly lunged forward, destroying the suits with a harsh punch. More suits crumbled down around him, and miraculously he's still fighting. It was miraculous that he was still standing. He fought on with fervor. However, the archers from before were preparing another shot. Moments later, his back is full of arrows as they hit their target. His body starts to feel numb, and he falls to his knees with a cry. The honor guard surrounds him and is too weak to fight back. In his current state, all he could do was stand his ground and seek mercy. Yet he chose not to, never accept defeat without putting up a fight. He takes out a few more suits before they start to fight back. Perhaps they were giving him a chance to surrender and accept death. However, such opportunity was past, and swords soon assaulted him. They were quick, covering all his entire body with wounds. He falls down on the ground, trembling from the intense pain. Blood pools around him, spilling until there's nothing left to spill. Then the honor guard walks away. realizing they had won. Oz lays there looking up at the sky and the steadily falling ash. It covers him and he becomes one of with the remnants of these people. Portem pants heavily, panicking with an arrow in his side. He knew that if he put it out, things would only get worse. It would be best to keep it inside until he could find some help. It wouldn't be fatal, so that gave him guilt relief on its own. Hiding in a spare room he found, he needed to take a breather. It was perfect timing as Suits started to scurry around outside.
It can't be too far away. How high up does this castle even go?
He shakes his head, realizing there was only one way to find out. But as he goes to sneak out of the room, he bumps into a table. A bottle of wine falls off of his side and shatters with an echo. His entire body tenses up as he hears the honor guard stop moving. He runs to the other side of the room and hides behind a curtain. It wouldn't be easy to sneak around them, it's not for the wine. Now every single suit of armor in that hallway will know he's here. He remains as still as possible as one of them enters the room to scout. The suit kneels down to inspect the broken glass, then looks over to the curtain. His cover was blown. He made a small trail of wine with his footsteps. He holds his breath as the suit of armor makes its way to his location. Then a few moments later, he plunged its sword right in the curtain. Portem dodged to the left, then rips the curtain down for the wall. Wrapping it around the suit of armor, he has it in a strong shock hold. He hesitates for a few moments and then snaps his enemy's neck. The suit scrambles but has nowhere to fall, being held together by the curtain. He slowly rests it on the ground. This was his first real fight, his first kill. If he survived to ring that bell, he knew that he would never be the same. He slowly unravels the curtain and grabs the sword belonging to the suit. As soon as he does, more of them enter the room to check up on their ally. Portem wondered if they felt emotion, then mourned the suit he killed. They drew their sword, but Portem was unsure what prompted it. Anger at their dead ally, or perhaps blind loyalty to the triumvirate? You never know, and in that moment he realized it was for the best. Sword clashed against sword as he fought for his life. But not just his. Almost everybody else's lives were at stake too. They were relying on him to ring that bell, and he couldn't let them down. All he had to do was survive. When we get inside the castle, I notice that it's completely empty. Pro must be successful, otherwise this place will be full. I'm thankful, but unable to find happiness, not after losing Vanessa. Sure, I didn't see her final moments, but she was dead. There's no way somebody could survive an attack like that. My friend, one of my first friends, I'm in complete disbelief.
Hey, snap out of it. We need you in good shape. I know what you saw out there, but she could still be alive. If we just stand here moping, then we might as well surrender.
I shake my head. He was wrong. I knew it. At least I was dead and I had to learn to accept that. I start walking toward the stairs, wanting nothing but revenge.
Hey, not so fast. You should let me take point. I know the layout of this castle and where to go. It gets a bit confusing up there. Trust me on that.
Confusing? Also.
Lots of stairs. I hope you're okay with that. And be careful. We don't want to fall into a trap. This place is massive. It would be easy to ambush us.
Not a second later, somebody enters the room from the opposite side. That man from our HQ, the one with Sophie, clad in white and gold. He descends the stairs, laughing at us. All our suits follows.
Ambush? No, I don't play cheap, not like Sophie.
Oh my god.
I'd merely like to call this a welcoming party of sorts. An ambush is unexpected. Surely you knew I'd be here.
I initiated my blade and all head out toward our enemy. There was no time to argue semantics with the likes of him. But as it to guard me, Ulrich and Sophie stepped forward, getting in the way.
Halen, don't you think it's time you gave up? You've been bound to their will, following orders for so long. Let us remove that curse. We can give you your freedom back.
Clearly an act. Sophie wanted Aline dead. That and he could never agree. He was under their trial. A moment later, Aline disappears into the crowd of suits.
Freedom? Ha! I don't need freedom. I exist to serve the Triumvirate, and that is final. You did too, but you threw it away in your folly.
The suits of armor reach the bottom of the stairs, but Aline is nowhere to be seen. We just hear his voice. He must use the confusion of the crowd to escape.
You stand in the realm of gods now. It is time you spoke with your resolve. If it is strong enough, then you will find me.
The honor guard draw their swords, and as Aline Lothar fills the room.
And if it is not, then you will perish. So do it. Show me the determination of your rebellion. Speak against your gods and see how they answer.
At Aline's commands, the honor guard charges in our direction. Sophie and Ulrich are the first to fight, making sure that I'm protected. But I make sure to play my part. I take them down with similar ease. The suit of armor stands no chance against the blade of Exodus. The same could be said on Ulrich's great sword and Sophie's first. I'm confident in our victory, but I try not to get too cocky. It seems like there were almost 1,000 suits of armor here. Though we were doing good now, our bodies could easily weaken. A viable tactic were how to run me with excessive numbers. As we fight, we find ourselves surrounded more and more. The honor guard seems to have almost herded us to a specific location. I stand back to back with Sophie and Ulrich, and we're all panting heavily.
Ulrich, put away your sword.
Huh?
Don't you remember?
They both look at me.
Yeah, of course.
He shakes his massive blade as the suits close in on us.
Monarch, open your mind to us. Treat us as extensions of your body.
What? I'm confused, but I nod. We need to take action, and now. I lunge forward and destroy one of the suits.
Good. Now it's my turn.
Then the blade moves from my hand to Sophie's. He does the same as me and destroys several suits. Af is passing a baton. Ulrich is up next, swinging the blade.
It's been too long, Sophie.
Then almost instantly, it's back in my hands. I keep fighting. We press back to back, exchanging the blade with our power. Phrasing it person to person as needed, we almost one mind.
Yes, really gets my blood boiling.
Avid's unintricately choreographed dance, we continue to fight. In this moment really did command the blade. We were its owners. I feel unstoppable, but when I realize could the Triumvirate do this as well? They could, then we're in for a difficult fight.
Over here!
I let Ulrich take the blade and we continue passing it around. It isn't much longer until the horde is thinning it out. We're winning. This is true teamwork, unlike anything I've seen in my entire life.
Monarch, look out!
I take back the blade and destroy the suits in front of me. Their numbers are heavily halved in just a few short minutes. At this rate, we'll be free to take those stairs at any second.
They mean to kill us with mindless slaves. I wish they had the courage to meet us face to face.
The Triumvirate must be scared. I could feel it. In the end, all tyrants have left to do is cower in fright. Whatever game they were playing, it will soon be over. We continue our dance until the last suit of armor has fallen. Though we were reduced to exhausted messes, we had won. Taking deep breath, we try and regain our composure.
So, up we go?
Yeah.
I face the blade back into my hands and shake it. Looking towards the stairs, it seems our next goal is clear. When we got up there, we'll make him regret taunting us. We make our way upstairs in pursuit of Aline. After what just happened, I was just certain we'd win this. With our strength combined, nothing could stand in our way. The first thing I see is stairs. Lot of stairs. They led upwards in every conceivable direction. I know I was told there'd be a lot of stairs, but this is insane. Second thing I notice is the complete lack of Aline. And he fled up the staircase? Where could it be? Actually, I'm starting to wonder how he disappeared like that. He was made from the blade. Could he phase around as well? I hope that's not the case. That would prove far too tricky. However, due to his loyalty, I know we'll be in for a fight. Destroyed suit of armor and their sword. Lines the floor. This must have been the remnant of our previous fight. Perhaps Fortem or Pro came here before us.
Be careful, Monarch. Try not to let Halen steal the blade from you. Remember, we all possess the same ability.
Yeah, make sure to be on your guard. We killed his suit, so he's probably scared. I wouldn't be surprised if he resorts to trickery.
I nod. That was a good advice. I take it to heart as we walk towards the stairs. We hear Aline's voice, but can't see him at all.
Well then, perhaps you're stronger than I thought. No matter though. I've been waiting for a worthy opponent. I'll savor killing you, Monarch. Every single moment.
Hey. That's when I finally see him on one of many flights of stairs. He's slowly making his way down, almost as he's buying some time. I move to meet him halfway, but suddenly there's no need to move at all.
Monarch, look out!
Almost instinctively, I lower myself as close to the ground as possible. From behind, a massive sword is swung. It came close to removing my head. I turn around, ready to the side of Aline, so he can move around like that.
Saved by your friends, as always. I wonder how you'd handle things on your own. What do you say? Want to put that to the test?
Eric stepped forward, interrupting before I can respond.
We don't have time for your games, Halen. We will give you one chance. Surrender or die.
And who says you get to call the shots? Remember, I exist to manifest the Triumvirate's will, and right now, what they want is to see you all dead.
Aline draws another sword, holding out two large blades.
I've never let them down, and I don't plan on starting. You think you're special? That you're here to seize your destiny? No. You're nothing more than another insect for me to crush. You may have made it farther than most, but it doesn't matter. Even atop the highest mountain, an insect is still an insect. A being that exists for one purpose. To be exterminated!
Just around me and I do the same. Putting out the blade of Exodus, our swords clash as we meet. We meet again and again, the echo filling the room as we fight. His strength is astounding as well as his speed. I've never seen a man fight with two swords quite so gracefully. He tries to trick me with fake swings and sudden movements, but he'd have to try harder than that. I counter him with ease. This dance continues and we show no signs of tiring out. At this rate, death would come to whoever slipped up first. But I can't slip up. I have to win and take down the Triumvirate. This world belonged to me. I was the rightful heir to the throne. Aline was just a lackey to some power-hungry group of three. If there was any justice in the world, then I would prevail. There was any justice? Yeah. Perhaps I let that get to my head. This allow Aline to land a blow. Thrusting this blade into my shoulder, I twist it, then pull it out. There's a wound that would prove to be harmless in the long run. But the pain is so intense, all I can do is stand there, stiff and motionless. My blood drips to the floor and I take a few steps back, losing balance.
Monarch!
So he lunged forwards and pushed me to the ground. Phasing the blade into his hands, he blocks Aline's next attack. I bleed on the floor as I watch Sovi fight his former apprentice.
There's something different about you, Sovi. Where was this passion when we worked together?
Sword continued to clash and Ali is right. I've never seen Sovi quite so determined.
The Triumvirate doesn't allow passion, Halen. They take everything away. They bleed you dry and offer nothing in return, nothing but empty words. The rebellion gave me a place in this world. I belong to them now.
You mean they seduced you with flights of fancy? You honestly believe that he is our rightful ruler?
Sovi nods.
Without a doubt, I'd give my life for the monarch. I know the truth of the spirit realm. The Triumvirate told me. This isn't some dream or fantasy. They told me themselves.
Oh, let's see what Aline will say with that. Aline seems surprised, as if he still trusts Sovi.
You mean?
Yes, that's what they told me before we left from Azeo. It's why I didn't kill the monarch when I had the chance. I told myself I'd never harm those in charge of this world. That's what separates the both of us, Halen. My loyalty is to Alestia. Yours is to the Triumvirate. They made you a slave with no choice but to obey.
No, I want to serve them. Your faith was challenged and you gave up. I'm not that weak. I stand tall and remain in line.
Sovi lowers the blade, signaling his instant to stop fighting.
Then let the monarch remove the curse they've put on you. If you still want to serve them, then we can continue to fight. And if not, then you'll realize that you were wrong all along.
Aline reacts with anger to the last part and charges towards Sovi. They're fighting again just when things started to turn around.
No, I'm not wrong. I'll never give up, Sovi. Never. If you want to pay with your life, then I'll accept that toll. But know this. It brings me no pleasure to...
And a moment later, Sovi thrusts the blade through Aline's gut. Sovi looks horrified as he armed his former apprentice and friend. No turning back. This was the exact moment his defection was complete.
Sovi!
Aline grunts in pain as Sovi removes the blade. Horrific wound. But I don't think it would be enough. Separated from the blade, Aline was surely resilient.
Halen, I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be this way.
I can hear such sadness in his voice. It's conflicted. Looking down at the floor, Sovi shakes as he watches Aline blade out. A moment later, he falls forward and Sovi catches him in his arms. On the verge of tears, Sovi turns Aline around. Lowering him to the ground, he puts him in a strong shock hold. Aline struggles, trying to escape, but the wound rendered him too weak.
Monarch, do something! I don't care what it is, just do it!
I look over at Ulrich, and he watches in shock. I know what wound would kill Aline, just temporarily incapacitate him. Sovi must known, but the sight and what he did was it too much for him. There's no way Aline could fight back right now. I could kill him with no difficulty at all, but I could also save him. If I remove the curse on his mind, maybe it serves our cause instead. But was that worth the risk? Something tells me I don't have much time to decide. If Sophie held him like that for too long, he'd be dead for sure. Okay, oh my god. Oh no, please. What I should do. If I kill him, we're totally safe. I know I will regret that. I will regret that choice. If I liberate Aline, there's a chance that he will kill Sophie at some point. I want to use the blade, like I did before, with Ulrich. I had to liberate Aline. I had to let him survive and give him a chance. He still chose to oppose us, then we could execute him after the war. But as long as this conversation was a possibility, I tried to take a chance. I decided to resist the shock hold, but hold Aline in place. He obeys without hesitation, and I slowly make my way over to him. Pressing the blade against Aline's chest, ask him to give him his freedom. A few seconds later, Aline falls to the ground unconscious. I have him carried over to a safe spot where he could recover in silence. If and when he woke up, I hoped that he would be as a new, smarter man. With that out of the way, we had to make our way up those stairs. Within a few more minutes, I'd be face to face with our enemy. It was time to rise to the challenge and change this world.
You know what? I'll stay behind.
Oh.
Pro and Fortum should be at the atrium any minute now. I want to make sure I'm there to greet them and fill them in.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's not my place to face the Triumvirate. Not again. This fight belongs to the both of you. So go and see it through.
We both nod of him as he makes his way back to the atrium. On his way out, he picks a sword up from the ground. Sophie scoffs and does the same thing soon after.
A good idea, actually. Something tells me we'll be fighting even more. Say, can you do me one favor before we head up?
I nod.
Here. Just trust me.
He reaches behind me and adjusts my scabbard. I'm not sure why, but he switched it to the other side. I'm not left-handed, but only made things awkward. But I choose to trust him.
Thank you.
And a second later, we're making our way up to the stairs. All we had to do was dethrone the Triumvirate, simple enough. After that, I'd meet my friend in the atrium, at least, the one that survived. Damek fights for his life in the town square, surrounded by suits of armor. He's lost sight of all of the allies and is unable to tell if they're even still alive. Still, he fights on. He never gives up, not when he's this close to the end. That bell will be surely ring any minute and bring an end to war. If the monarch followed through, then this world belonged to them. This is the fact that kept him fighting even as his hope was lost. Fatigue started to settle in, making him move slower. As suits of armor fell, so did his strength and resolve. He was surrounded, fighting in every direction.
Come on, 14, we can't hold the town square forever!
And just then, an arrow pierces through his shoulders. He stumbled back and falls to his knees before pushing it out. His pain was minuscule compared to what he felt back in Mazeo. Rising up, he starts to fight with anger as well as determination. In a rage, he takes down the suit of armor even faster than before. Another arrow pierces his upper body, but nothing could stop him now. Dipping this arrow in, he grabs another sword that lay on the ground. Fighting with two of them, he is able to guard himself more efficiently. The suits of armor are arriving faster than he can kill them, however. Soon enough, he was surrounded by more suits than he could hope to kill. With no allies around him to come to his aid, he knew that things were dire. If Fortem didn't ring that bell, then this could be very well his final stand. He throws his second sword to the ground and takes a deep breath. He was prepared to face his death, with someone made him stronger. The pain from the arrow only served to push him to more extremes.
I guess it's time.
His fighting started to become more desperate as tears blurred his vision. The fact that he couldn't see any of his friends just hurt him even more. He had to assume that everybody around him has fallen during battle.
Stay back! I'm warning you!
He held out his sword as if to threaten on trembles. The honor guard didn't heed his warning, and they closed in on him. Having no choice but to continue fighting, he lets out elaborate grunts. Through his blurred vision, he is almost unable to make out anything. His saving grace is a contrast of the white suits over Baldur's decay. Using that as a guide, he is able to keep taking down his enemies. He tries fighting his way in the direction of the archers. Wars were more of a threat to him than the suits with swords. In fact, he was certain that those archers had killed quite a few men, and unfortunately he may be the next one added to their count. An arrow is shot through his gut, and he screams, falling back. Not a grievous wound, but is immediately caught off guard. Something smashed in the back of his head, and he collapsed. Turning around, he sees the suit holding a rock covered in his blood. An open wound onto his back of his head starts staining the ground.
What?
He breathes on the ground in pain and confusion. The suit kneels down and grabs a sword from the ground. It was the same one that Damek had discarded moments earlier. He's surprised to see that the rest of the honor guard stands down. As we acknowledge this one had deserved to deal the final blow. Damek cries, looking up in horror as the suits rise up the sword. But before they can follow through their trust, something happens. An arrow pierces through the suit of armor, and it crumbles to the ground. Damek looks around in confusion, and an ally finally comes to his head.
Damek, give me your hand!
Shane! Damek cries out softly, not sure what's going on. Last time he saw Shane, he tried to kill him and basically succeed. But here he was now offering his hand. What was happening?
Damek, quick! You don't have much time!
Damek shakes his head, but realizes he has no other option. Grabbing Shane's hand, he accepts the help and he rises to his feet. He stumbles forward, almost falling back down, but he doesn't. He presses back against Shane, still a bit delirious. But his friend supports him as he draws a set of daggers. Confusion assails Damek as everything was happening so fast.
There. We're even now.
Damek nods.
So what do you say, Damek? Fight? Just like old times?
Damek nods again and he raises his sword. A moment later they both charge towards the suits of armor. Like a team and like friends, they fight together once more.
Just keep it up, Damek. I'll patch you up as soon as we're safe.
Shane, talk to me. Why are you doing this?
But Shane doesn't answer, at least not before the bell is rung. A loud ringing fills the air, delivering the sound of hope to Damek's ears. Fortem had achieved his goal. That means his allies still lived. Damek goes to keep fighting, but Shane holds him back.
Damek, no! Look! It's over.
The honor guard turns to stare at the source of the ringing. Then they throw their sword to the ground without hesitation. Starting to march away, they abandon all their previous efforts.
We did it. I can't believe this.
Without a word, Shane stands there along with Damek. Together, as their ash rains down upon them, they watch their foes flee. Damek smiles, a few tears running down his face. Was it already over? No, that wasn't the right way of looking at it. Things had just begun, the monarch had to finish it all. Damek looked in the direction of the castle, as hope rised within him.
Monarch, good luck. We're all counting on you.
The town square is soon devoid of all foes. But now, with that obstructed vision, Damek can see all of his allies. He raised the sword in the air and started cheering. Valdez was theirs. And soon the lives of the triumvirate would be theirs as well. They cheer the monarch's name, and then, that's all Damek can hear. But that's all he needed to hear, for the name of the monarch meant hope. The ringing of the bell echoes in my ears. It's almost deafening. I'm relieved to know that Fortem survived and succeeded. Me and Savi stand in the darkness, and it's hard to see.
Here, you'll be needing this.
He hands me a torch that was hung against the wall.
And watch your step as we go up those stairs. If you fall off the edge, well, you know how high we are.
I nod. The fog filled me with fright. I hold out the torch and see the bizarre sight before me. The walls are lined with gears, just like was on the blade. They spin and rotate in direction that they shouldn't. It makes no sense to me, but then again, neither does the blade. The gear on the blade spun in a way that was physically impossible. Fog lines the stairs leading up to the triumvirate chambers. I was confident in a moment ago, but this sight fills me with unease. I've never seen anything like it. It's very concerning to me. I could only see off the edge of the stairs, and there was no railing. The slightest stumble could send me back down the atrium. I do need to go back there, but that's not the way I do it.
I have one piece of advice for you, Monarch. Don't let them talk to you. Just kill them with no question. All they'll do is try to justify their actions and earn your sympathy. They prey on the minds of the weak, of those that they can mold. I know you're strong, but they just have this way of convincing you. I'd hate to see that happen to you. So remember, kill them all.
I tell him that I don't care what they say to me. I'm here to kill them. They could speak to me all they wished. They accomplished nothing. An easy goal to have in mind, but in practice, I guess I had no idea. I have to find out, however, someone steps out of the room ahead of us. As they move towards us, I can see the white and gold on their cloak. One of them left their chambers. I thought they didn't do that.
Sylvie, you've returned. Were we not clear enough? A permanent exile is non-negotiable.
But you said...
What? Turns to them and motions as he's pleading.
You said I could come back if I brought the blade. Is this not what you wanted? Was it not a test?
Oh, mama! The triumvirate looks down above her and sighed. Savi, you're a traitor, mama.
You think that you can fool us so easily? We know where your allegiance lies, Sophie. There is nothing in this world
that's just a trick.
we cannot see.
Savi gritted his teeth. I could tell he was angry. I'm confused, but I trust him. I knew he was on my side. At least, that's what I thought. Everything changed in an instant.
Everything I did for you. Were you really too foolish to realize that? My attempt to help the rebellion was only an act.
What?
I've brought the enemy and the blade to your doorstep. Even after this, you deny me my redemption.
I immediately turn to run, but Sophie grabs my left arm. As much as I struggle, it's no use, it's too strong. I'm filled with fright. Who could do this?
You've done nothing but bring an armed enemy into our home. Your judgment is clouded, Sophie. We decline your offer.
No!
Uh-oh. A second after, Sophie faced the blade into his hand. Then, much to my regret, he sliced through my arm with his... I scream, and then from the elbow down, almost nothing remained.
Then take this as an offering. That arm will never again be used against you. Before all of us, the monarch is defenseless.
I don't feel anything, almost if Amody numbed himself from the trauma. The side of Turin, my lower arm limp and dead on the floor. Blood spurts from the wound, and I look at Sophie in disbelief. He makes direct eye contact with me and then looks at the torch. I'm celebrating tightly, and that's why things make sense. Was he trying to fool them? I still have to use my good arm. I slump against the wall and use the torch to burn the wound shut. A disgusting smell fills the air, and I can hear crackling and sizzling. This is all I can do while I watch Sophie ascend the stairs with the blade.
You continue to surprise us, Sophie. Very well. Let us talk.
The triumvirate looks down at my scabbard. I definitely believe Sophie removed my dominant arm. I don't know why any of this is happening, but I let it all unfold. I trust him.
Thank you, Master. I am sorry for letting you down in the past. I can only hope that this offering is enough to please you.
He continues to walk up the stairs slowly, as he's somewhat scared. If I were him, I wouldn't want to make any sudden movement either. The triumvirate has the advantage here. All we could do was try your best.
Remove threats to ensure the continued reign of Alestia's leaders. Is that not what you wanted? Is that not the role of the Grand Inquisitor?
As he speaks, he reaches the top of the stairs and faces his master. The triumvirate lets out another loud sigh and proceeds to nod a few times. By now I'm all square on again, and the wound bleeds no more. Burns shut.
You are right. Kneel, Sophie, and pledge your loyalty. Then, turn that blade on the monarch and take his soul. That's all we need. The blade and the power inside him.
Sophie immediately drops the blade to his side and kneels down. He hits the ground with a loud metallic clang, then rests there, motionless.
Yes, whatever you say, I will continue
Maybe I
to
should
serve.
try to get the...
As the Grand Inquisitor, I have only one goal. Removing threats to the throne of Alestia.
The Rambler is frightened as the triumvirate nods.
And I shall start with you.
A moment later, the blade disappears from the ground, but it doesn't return to Sophie's hand or even mine. It fades directly through the chest of the triumvirate.
Sophie!
He rises to his feet and grips the handle of the blade. I can see tears streaming from his eyes, sad at what he's done. He's shaking, he's almost refused to believe that this is real.
I hate that you're making me do this. I hate the man that you've made me become.
Sophie.
And a moment later, he pulls out the blade. Then, with a harsh kick, the triumvirate flies off the hedge. I can hear them scream as they fall, and then the scream fades. Sophie drops the blade, and then drops back down to his knees. I start walking up the stairs, shocked at what I just saw. One of them was dead. Now only two more remain.
Monarch, take the blade and go. End this foolish war. Please.
Summon the blade back into my hand and walk up to the stairs. I stop as I arrive beside him, but he simply shakes his head. I consider placing my hand on his shoulder, but it's no use.
Just go.
With a sight of regret, I realize there's nothing I can do. I wouldn't even have time to chastise him. I decide to enter the chambers. He cries. His cries fills my ears and dissipate with each step I take toward the end. Either the end of the triumvirate or the end of myself. This is it. When I enter the their chambers, it looks just like I remember it. I've been here before. I had vision of standing in this very spot. In those visions, I remember walking toward the idol in the back. I can feel the blood respond to this room, but I'm not sure why. It's not moving or anything, just a feeling deep in my gut. As I go to grab the blade, I heard a loud voice call out to me.
Stop!
And out of nowhere, I see two cloaks appear by the idol. One of them stays in place and the other walks towards me. The one at the back was surely my target and their leader.
Do not draw that blade unless you intend to use it. That idol will respond to your aggression and fight back. We will not harm you. We brought you here for another reason.
What? Another reason? What could it be? I know I was told to not let them speak, but I'm curious. Assuming a neutral stance, I asked them to explain themselves.
That is a tall order, Monarch.
Notice they use my proper title. In this moment, there was no room left for doubt. Everything all told us about the Triumvirate was true. They don't speak, they just stand there in silence. If I had anything to ask them, I guess now will be the time to do it. However, earlier warnings echo my ears. Warning against letting them speak. Okay. Who are you? Where did the blade come from exactly? Right. Yes. I'm gonna start with who are you?
We are nobody. And yet, we are everyone. We are the same, and yet we are different. There is really no way to answer that question.
What?
Like you, we are simply beings capable of wielding that blade. When the sun sets on this era and rises again, we will be forgotten. Reduced to cosmic dust, we will become even less than a memory. It matters not how the cycle ends, only how the cycle began. The ones who created that blade could never comprehend what they started. An endless war of life against death, of purity against corruption. As long as that blade exists, there will be beings capable of wielding it. And as long as those beings exist, they will inevitably meet, just like us. A catalyst for the clashing of ideals. It exists only to create disorder.
Okay. And where did the blade come from exactly?
Long ago, a group of 3 faced an almost insurmountable foe. They were able to prevail, and they thought they had won peace. All of the worlds, once closed off, became united in one large universe.
What?
You see, that blade was created from the clashing of conflicting ideals. Life against death, purity against corruption. It feeds off of that imbalance. What they held after the battle was only a portend of more strife to come. We do look fondly on those who created the blade, but we also hate them. Were it not for them, neither of us would be standing here right now. But because of them, we stand here at odds, instead of peace. Memories of their exploits linger through the core of that blade. But no matter how strong they were, one fact remained. They were nothing but foolish men.
Okay.
Men who thought themselves worthy
What?
of delivering justice. Men who, with all the power in the world, still remain short-sighted. They knew not what they trifled with, Monarch. They thought that the blade was a symbol of victory. But no. After what you've been through, we both know what it truly means. War. And death.
Of course. Okay. Why did you imprison the monarchy?
They had planned to use this idol as a source of power. Perhaps to aid in their conquest of other worlds. The universe belonged to them, they thought. But wielding the power of evil incarnate would only lead to ruin. We couldn't let them continue down a path as dangerous as that. So we cast them aside, in an astral prison using that blade. And as we did, we created new life on Alessia. A new, pure species that would keep on reproducing. A breeding ground of power for that blade to harvest.
Makes no sense. If you want to stop the blade, don't harvest.
If we could make that blade strong enough, then we'd win. But even then, we couldn't gather power fast enough. The idol started corrupting and killing Maltese.
So the key is to destroy the idol.
We had to think of something, and fast. It led us down a path that we did not want to walk. But in order to create peace, it was necessary.
Do you have a say in any of this stuff?
No. You are our creation, and must do as we say. But your actions will ensure peace and happiness for trillions. It is a small price to pay, and we know that you would agree.
Agree what?
We are not surprised, given our method of harvesting power. You see, this is not the first time you have stood in our chambers. Hopefully, it is the last. But to be honest, we've seen you many times.
Yeah, so it's a time loop, okay.
That blade exists unbound from the restraints of time and space. Every death along your journey has only served to power it further. When you got here, if it was not strong enough, we sent you back.
So we need to charge the sword to destroy the corruption inside the idol. Okay.
When we did so, the blade remained unchanged. The cycle started anew, giving that weapon even more strength. You stand here, the result of millions of years worth of trial and error. The occupation, the rebellion, and even your attacks on Maltese. We created a period of time in your history filled with nothing but death. Over and over.
Oh my
you
god.
and your friends have lived it, only to power that blade. When the final cycle came along, we would have you carry out your goal. The destruction of both the idol and the sword is what you were meant for. You may have come to kill us, but your virtues are simply misplaced. We wish to end a cycle that has plagued the universe for eternities. In fact, it could be even longer. It is impossible to know for sure. Because of that, we believe that no price is too high to pay. We will never be remembered. Nobody will ever know our sacrifice. But there shall never be another world marred by that corrupt idol. And no man will ever again be seduced by the power of that blade. The best course of action for the universe is to destroy them both. Their existence will always lead to those who believe they control fate. They will always lead to a clash of ideals, and will always lead to this. Nothing does. Well, at least, not at first. Originally, we hoped our champion would come from Alrinthia. That's why we kept our nation separate and focused on strength. If each ruler was stronger than the last, well, as time passed, we might find someone strong enough, someone with the will and power required to wield that blade. Of course, it became clear that this would never work. Just as we started to give up hope, those idols appeared. The monarchy was somehow able to reach out of their prison. The growing nation of Valinor developed their culture around this, and as a reward for reverence, the concept of the seer was created. A special citizen of Valinor, with the power of the monarchy inside of them. Even then, none of the seers were as strong as we needed. Until you. The monarchy gave you everything they had. We assumed that they did this so you would kill us. But it would seem that they played right into our hands. You were led down a path that only gave you more and more power. In all of the universe, you are the only one who can use that blade effectively.
Ready?
You house not just your own will, but the will of billions of spirits. Spirits that want nothing more than to see their homeworld freed. There was no other choice, really. You are our champion, Monarch.
Okay, enough talk. Let's finish this now. That was enough talk. I came here to kill them, and that's I do. No matter what they had to say, they couldn't talk themselves free. I had my word and my friends. I would make them suffer.
The mind can suffer when stuck in the same time and place. History repeating itself can be far more than maddening. We try to break free from the cycle, but only perish.
This member of the Triumvirate is talking so differently. The one back in the previous room had almost a completely different story. Being caught in a cycle could drive them mad. I had to wonder which one was mad.
This is why we will not stop you if you wish to kill us. That blade has kept us alive long enough to see things through. Our final rest would only be a sign that we have finally won. So go ahead, kill me, and kill my master. Turn that blade on the idol, and see what happens. See if you can free everybody from its wrath.
My god, that's the final choice, I guess.
Not just us, or Alestia, but all worlds, and all people. If you are not strong enough, then the cycle will just start anew. Before you know it, you may be facing us here, once more. But know that we are not your enemy. All we've done to...
I'm sick of irony. I'm sick of this justification. I face the blade into my hand and thrust him through their chest. But like I was warned before, the idol responded to my aggression. The room is engulfed in a blinding darkness. It must be the idol. The blade usually causes a white light. I feel immense warmth around me and hear the crackling of flames. Darkness fades and the entire room is engulfed in fire. And Rara stands before me, bleeding and crying. These were no gods, just weak, arrogant people.
Very well.
Turn left and face the flames, forcefully taking them with me. I hold them there with a blade, tempted to absorb their soul. But no, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the satisfaction. I pull the blade out and watch as the wound oozes blood. Then I grab them by the cloak and pull them close to me. In their final moment, I curse them and condemn them. And then I push them back into the idol flames. I hear them scream and breathe as they slowly burn alive. In my opinion, they deserve a punishment far worse than that. Now, just one more to go. As I turned back to face the idol, the final triumvirate stands before me. I held the blade towards them, showing my turn to kill. What was my goal? Killing the triumvirate, destroy the idol.
Stop! Think about what you're doing. Everything we've done in the name of freedom.
Get down on their knees and look up at me.
Normally, I'd send you back to start the cycle anew. But now, your strength surpasses mine. This must be the end. I beg for your mercy. Let me live to see what I fought for.
Without hesitation, I swing the blade and cut off their head. They fall to the ground and blood stains the white of their cloak. I'm not sure what to believe, as they all had something different to say. Perhaps they meant to use that dub as a weapon when I got there. I throw away that nonsense and stick to the goal I originally had. With them out of the way, it was time to destroy that idol for good. I take a step forward and my body is assaulted with pain. I can tell the idol is fighting back, and I fall to my knees. The flames are so hot that I feel as I'm melting away too. But no, something else is happening. It's not just the flames. The idol is trying to kill me, but I'm not the only one here. Inside of me is a monarchy. Billions of spirits wanting to help. It's almost as they are shielding me, sacrificing themselves for me. I stand up and take another step forward. The pain is even worse. I fall to my hands and knees and cry in agony. It's too much. My vision blurs, but after a while things return to normal. Though the pain has gone away, I start to feel weaker and weaker. I know that the souls inside of me are giving their lives for this. If I could get to the idol and attack it, I might be able to win. It was a big maybe, but there was one thing I knew for sure. I'm not live through this, but there was no other option. Every step I took could easily be my last. Determination rises with me, and I take another step forward. My body is racked with pain. It's almost impossible to walk. I use the blade as a makeshift cane, as a voice sounds in my head.
You can do this, Monarch. Don't give up.
I'm not sure what I just heard, since nobody is actually around me. In these chambers, it would be seen that time and space act abnormally. With another step, I grit my teeth. It feels like I'm being torn apart.
Keep on moving! We didn't come this far just to lose now!
As the soul exceeds my body to shield me, I get noticeably weaker. I tremble with every step, trying as hard as I can to keep myself standing. My comrade called out to me, urged me to keep moving.
I guess I'm no longer the strongest member of the rebellion. I'm proud of you, Monarch. You saw this through to the bitter end.
We have another step. I fall right to the ground. I lay there crying and screaming in pain. My grip on the blade tightens as I shake.
Is this really how you want your story to be told? Get up, Monarch! Get up and finish what you started!
I use the blade for support and try to rise to my feet. This is taking so much out of me, but I have enough power in the end. Hoping with every fiber of me, by being that I do, I take another step forward.
I knew there was something special about you. Ever since the start, you brought us all together and unified us. You made us a family.
I smile. A stark contrast to the tears straining down my face. With another step, I was facing the idol. I could not do this alone. The voices of my comrades and the soul inside me carry me forward.
So, everything has led to this. The monarchy is no more, but you can still live. Make it through this, and give Alestia the future it deserves.
I take one more step. I reach the blade. As soon as I trust into my idol, things would be over. But as the power of him dwindled, I realized one thing. No matter what happened next, the blade would be destroyed. I wanted to get rid of the idol for good. Then I would perish as well. In order to live another day, I have to hold back just a bit. If I did that, then there's a chance the idol might not be fully defeated. I could come back in the future to corrupt and decay over innocent worlds. Was keeping my life worth condemning other worlds to suffer like we did. I thrust the blade into the idol and activate it. The blinding white light follows. Miss Wazi. The blade, in mere moments, would enact my final will. I just have to ask myself, what would that final will be? Sacrifice myself, destroy the idol for good. I could not spare myself if it meant that other worlds could be hurt. It would be selfish, even though I wanted to live. I knew I couldn't. As soon as I would set sail, I knew that this could be the end for me. But even though I knew it was a possibility, I still didn't want to believe it. I was only fooling myself, thinking that I could live to see what I fought for. I denied the triumvirate that right, and now I would deny it to myself as well. I guess it doesn't matter now. I can feel myself fading away. I command the blade to use all the power it can, including that of my life. No matter what happened to me, I could rest knowing one simple fact. Alessia had been given the future that it deserved. In the hands of the people, they were free to live as they pleased. As everything fades away, I wonder what the future might bring my allies.
Valessa perished during the final assault on Balteus. A memorial was erected near Valenorth, and she would never be forgotten. Her bravery, sacrifice, and loving nature empowered many for years to come. In the wake of her death, a formal election was held for Valenorth's next elder. However, to honor her wishes and views, Valenorth remained independent. It stayed this way for as long as time could tell, honoring her sacrifice. Though your time in this world was both short, tales of your bond endured. On the anniversary of your deaths, flowers would litter the streets near your homes. This became a tradition, never lost to time, and your exploits were always honored. She was gone, but never forgotten. Fortem chose to settle in Mazeo after the war. Helping the nation's people adjust to the new world was his goal. However, this was to make up for the truth of learning that his parents were pirates. Undoing the damage they had done to the nation was his top priority. Soon after that, the wounds of Mazeo were healed. Everybody was safe and happy. Tales of the occupation and the triumvirate's wrath soon faded into history and legend. In his eyes, he had made up for any harm his parents had caused the nation. When he passed away, he was known as one of Mazeo's greatest public figures. Without his help and direction, many say the nation would have never recovered at all. However, due to Valessa's death, his work became almost doubled. He couldn't become the elder in her absence, so he arranged an election. It was only fair that Valenorth be taken in the direction that the people wanted next. During all of this, he never forgot your sacrifice. Though your time as lovers was short, he never got over the loss. He kept your memory alive by telling stories about you to everyone he could. He focused on the little things rather than your grand destiny. For example, how your life as children in Valenorth went on. The tale of your love endured, even after your passing. It wasn't very long until word of Fortem's other endeavors came to light. Having been the first person to climb the Grand Tree, he was a legend. And just like he had wished, it soon became a tradition for climbers to scale the tree. This continued for almost an eternity after his passing. Climbers would leave notes for him at the top of the tree, close to the heavens. They thought that maybe somehow he could read them. They thanked him for all he had done. Fortem survived the war despite all odds. His strong love for everything around him kept him afloat. When all hope was lost, he stood up and challenged death in the face. And for that, he was never forgotten. Living a long and full life, he was happy. Alestia was forever better because of him. Though Pro was lost during the war, his writing endured and created a legacy. He had the most detailed records of the rebellion and wrote about almost everybody. Everything you could possibly want to know, down to the smallest detail, had been written. His work went down in history as one of the most detailed records of wartime. Every soldier, their likes and dislikes, their daily routines, he had written it all. Grieving friends would use these texts to keep the memories of their loved ones alive. It was reported that a man and woman resembling Pro were seen at his memorial. However, they disappeared as quickly as they had come, never to be seen again. But the most popular of his writings was about you, his love. The world would remember you for an eternity and the sacrifice you made. Your name became a symbol of hope, giving light to anyone in dark times. To Pro, it was important that you were remembered as a person first and a hero second. To this end, he stayed true to his methods, choosing to write about your day-to-day life. Though you were remembered as a hero, people realized at heart that you were the same. Pro's identity as the mole within the rebellion never came to light. However, even if it did, he had done enough to make up for his actions. Many aspired to write like him, but none could achieve such prowess. After the war, Ulrich did his best to assist the throne and serve the monarchy. There was much to take care of, and things were chaotic after the fog of war settled. But he was up to the task, and he did everything in his power to make the world a better place. In his spare time, he would visit New Alarinthia and assist Vivian as well. Having achieved his dream of a changed nation, it made sense to help out. It would take a while before every Alarinthian adjusted to this new lifestyle. With your sacrifice, there was nobody left to lead Alestia. Ulrich, stepping up, took on the role of the first king of the monarchy. His goal was clear: to educate the world on the new status quo. People slowly learned and adjusted to news of the Triumvirate's fall, but with many years of hard work, they had come to enjoy Ulrich's rule. Alestians lived in peace, never fearing what their rulers may do to them. He never forgot the romance that blossomed along your journey. Even though you were lost, he still stayed loyal to you and your memories. Though people thought he refused to move on, he knew this wasn't true. With his curse lifted, he was no longer afraid of dying. He knew that if he did, he might see his love again in the afterlife. This thought is what kept him going when things as a ruler got rough. Thanks to your efforts, Ulrich was able to live a happy life, free from the Triumvirate. The shadows of his past soon dissipated, and he turned into a new man, truly loved by the people. Though his secrets never came to light, he had certainly done enough work to make up for them. After the battle for Alestia, Damek had a lot of work to do. Going from a member of the rebellion to a leader in the monarchy was a huge change. He was no longer part of a small army. His actions affected the entire world. Because of your sacrifice, the surviving forces were in a state of disarray. However, this was put to rest when Ulrich stood up and assumed the role of king. Damek immediately pledged loyalty to his childhood friend and served his new king. But he never forgot about you and what you did in order to secure victory. He used you as a guide on what to do and was known as kind and honorable. That was his way of honoring your growing love, using your ideals as inspiration. He remained in his role as advisor, just under Ulrich's leadership instead. Honoring your appointment, he served in this capacity until the end of his days. His bond with Ulrich stayed as strong as ever, and they always saw eye to eye. Damek eventually got over all of the fears that controlled him. He paid visits to the spot where he lost his mother, but it held no power over him. Speaking as if she were there with him, he told her stories of everything that happened. And he was able to leave without feeling sad. Instead, he was happy. He knew that if she were really there, she would be proud of him. That was enough to keep him going when times got tough. Thanks to your efforts, Damek was able to live a long, happy life. He served the throne for the rest of his life, remaining forever loyal. The tale of how far he'd come would go down in history and become legend. Sophie's past crimes were pardoned after his exceptional performance in Balteus. His defection from the Triumvirate and his advice regarding them were seen as invaluable. Were it not for his actions and his change of heart, the war would have been lost. True to his word, he used his eternal life to serve the monarchy. He was able to tell stories of your battles and keep your legacy alive. Every ruler in the future would know exactly who gave them their power. Giving Howl his independence came at the cost of his life. However, he knew the chances of dying were high when he asked. People would say that you made the right choice by granting him his wish. Many mourned the loss of Howl in the battle for Alestia. His wealth of knowledge about the monarchy would have filled books. However, his kind was now all but extinct, a casualty of this ruthless war. Aaron's tavern went on to boom in popularity, being near the birthplace of the monarch. He was forever thankful that he didn't have to give up his home like Damek had wanted. As a tribute to you, he would rename the tavern in the future, his way of saying thanks. This is where Milas settled down, unable to decide between Mazeo and Valenorth. He lived a happy and peaceful life, choosing how his remaining days played out. Being free to choose what happened to him, he was never bound by duty again. After the chaos dwindled, Alex returned to Mazeo and started a new life. His treaty was honored, and pirates were forgiven for all they had done. All bans were lifted, and pirates were officially employed as traders. Neda was never seen again. It was assumed that she didn't agree with these changes, or perhaps she was spiteful that you didn't choose to align with her demands. Either way, Alestia would forever remember her as a ruthless pirate lord. Grizz was a casualty of this ruthless war, but his legacy lived on. Stepping up as mayor of Mazeo, Lilith continued what he started. She honored the pirate treaty and helped Mazeo adjust to every change. The created seers seemed to be affected by your attack on the Dark Idol. As if offering their strength when needed the most, the energy within them vanished. When the fog of war settled, they were no longer plagued with visions. They had healthy minds. Vivian returned to Alarinthia and led it into a new age. No longer was the fate of the nation in the hands of the strong. Alarinthia existed in unity with the new monarchy, and it flourished. Trade routes were introduced, and its ports were open to everybody. The strict security and immigration process had been abolished permanently. Holding a ball every year, Vivian kept up the tradition of giving to the people. One thing was for sure. Alarinthia would never be in the hands of the strong again. Vivian lived out a long and happy life in the nation he had always dreamed of creating. Shane was never seen again after that fateful encounter in Balteus. He is presumed dead, and many refuse to speak about his betrayal. If he survived, he went to great lengths to remain hidden from the world. When the chaos and confusion settled down, Halen seemed like a new man. He likened his existence to that of a spectator watching a performance. No matter what he wanted to do, his body could not defy his masters. He decided to atone for what he had done and joined the new monarchy. Of course, many people were apprehensive about accepting his aid. Over time, they learned to accept him and his desires as genuine. His job stayed largely the same, ensuring that Alestia's rulers remained in power. But with new masters and even new friends, he took pride in being on the right side. With the Dark Idol gone from Balteus, the corruption slowly waned. Over the next several decades, it made a complete transformation. Many would call it the most beautiful place in all of Alestian history. Its name was changed to New Balteus, and left behind its old roots. No longer would it be known as the seat of the tyrannical triumvirate. People would see it as the place where Alestia was changed forever. People would come from all over the world to see the home of the new monarchy. It became a symbol of new beginnings, teaching people that change is always possible. As the corruption slowly disappeared, people settled down and turned it into a prosperous nation. You were successful in your aspirations. You left behind an entirely changed world. The members of the rebellion that survived had a new, even bigger journey before them. It was time to lead the world into the bright future you secured. For them, work had only just begun. Thank you for your service, Monarch. For everything you've done, you will never be forgotten.
My vision fades in, and I feel incredibly confused. With everything that just happened, I should definitely be dead. Actually, maybe I was. Far be it for me to decide what death brought. I know that I'm in my house. That much is easily discernible. After rising up to a sitting position, though, I noticed something shocking. The lower half of my arm is still missing. Could I have survived? No, that's impossible. So what's going on exactly? As my mind starts to fill with possibilities, there's a knock on my door. I'm filled with fright, but then a moment later I hear a familiar voice.
Hey! Open up!
I rush to the door and 4 steps inside of my house. My heart is beating so fast. Then joy overtakes me. I give Frotem a big hug. He seems surprised.
Did you just wake up? Oh, jeez. Hope we won't be late. Don't tell me you forgot what day it is.
Huh?
It's the anniversary of your induction. If we don't hurry to the town square, we'll be late. Salus is already under enough stress having to train Minos.
Salus is alive?
So come on, we need to get going. Your parents are counting on me, Seer. I told them to give me 10 minutes tops.
My parents? I'm in complete shock and I stand there, dumbfounded. A small eternity passes, but before Portem breaks the silence.
Well, don't just stand there. You need to get ready. At this rate, you'll be greeting the townspeople in your underwear. I mean, you can if you want to, but I really don't recommend that.
I don't know what's going on. I'm in a new reality. The elder is alive, as well as my parents, and I've been inducted. This means that the rebellion was never formed. Was no occupation. Tears start streaming from my eyes. I give for them a bigger hug. Oh. I don't know what happened exactly, but I am not about to question it. It was a reward for my journey and sacrifice. Then it was worth it.
Whoa, hey! Calm down.
I cry even harder, and for them can help show worry.
Hey, wait. Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I'm not telling him that everything is fine. And this time something tells me it will stay that way.
I'll hang your picture on my wall. 4 days gone by, I recall.
Whoa, what a story, oh my god. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be a very... Yeah, it's... That novel will stay very long in my mind, oh my god.
The years go marching on. The bonds that formed are just as strong. And as our futures unfurl, it was us against the world. And there was nothing that we felt we couldn't do. The way you shaped my life is hard to comprehend. One look at you feels like I've come home again. 'Cause that's when home comes to you. It doesn't matter where you are, some things are always true.
I think it's over, I guess. Yes! Wow, what a story, oh my god. Oh, thanks Glaze for a beautiful story, oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna have to digest all that story and all that happened. Wow. Yeah, that game really moved me very deeply. Yeah, characters are lovely, great story, great art. It's over. Oh. Okay, we're gonna do a small read, I guess. I'm gonna just close the game. I'm gonna do a small read. Oh my god. Let's see, we're streaming right now and we're gonna finish the stream. Yeah, I told you it was the final episode tonight, and yeah, I wanted to tonight because yeah, I don't want to do that. It's such, it was breaking me. That game, my god. So let's see who is streaming right now. Let's watch. Let's go read Alexa. She made our new new emotes on the channel. We're gonna see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. Paris time, 3 p.m. Eastern time for the retro gaming night. It will be Zelda Wind Waker. So thanks for watching. Merci d'avoir regardé jusqu'au bout. Bonne soirée. See you next time.